up, nerds? Sorry, I'll be here in 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Okay. Sorry about that. Taking a little while to start, friends. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the show. Why is my camera unfocused? Focus. 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 There we go. Hello. Hi. Hi. Hello, artists. Hello, shades. How's everybody doing today? Glovecopter, thank you for the resub. Crazy Moose gifting 50 with a super chat. Holy shit. I returned from Cruelties of the Desert with the desert-themed campaign like Sauron forging the One Ring. I will pour into it all my malice, suffering, and disdain. I walked through the valley of the shadow of death and found it powerless to stop me. Oh my god. That's the craziest. That's one of the best super chats I think I've ever gotten my whole life. I gotta fix my lighting. Give me a second. That's a little bit better. Hi, guys. What's up, Wheel? What's up, Umi? What's up, Platinum? I'm glad you're out of the desert, Crazy Moose. Let's see if the super chat alert works. If it doesn't work, I'm going to be annoyed. Usually it works like 5 minutes late for some reason. I don't know why that's the way it is. It's just the way it is. We'll see. What's up, Shades? You're making a Minecraft campaign? What abilities should I give the villager race? I have not played that much Minecraft, so I'm the wrong person to ask. Hooray! Oh, there we go.
I returned from the Cruelties of the Desert with a desert-themed campaign. Like Sauron forging the One Ring, I will pour into it all my malice, suffering, and disdain. I walked through the valley of the shadow of death and found it powerless to stop me.
That's a great comment. You subbed on Twitch but didn't get the sub roll on Discord? You didn't connect your account then, is what happened. Hey Tarek, what's up? Can I talk more about flavor and maybe more examples? Sure. I mean, the thing about flavor in D&D, yeah, I did just make a new video, if any of you haven't seen it. There's a new long-form video out on my YouTube channel. It's not a long video, but it's a long-form video, if that makes sense. It's all about reflavoring. And oh, I know what's going on here. My fucking camera's not set up properly. That's what's going on here. But basically, anytime that you have mechanics that are a little bit open-ended, but now it's too bright. That's better. Anytime you have mechanics that are a little bit open-ended in terms of what they do, hooray! Or rather, that's not the right word. I'm sorry. My brain is a little bit mush today. Basically, you can just take all of the descriptive words out of anything and look at it in terms of saving throws, attack rolls, damage, and effects. And when you do that, you can make those things into lots of other things. My favorite example of this is the Marilith. I'll show you. I'll show you one example of reflavoring a monster, and then excuse me. And then and I don't. We can talk about it a little bit more if you want to. But so this is the Marilith. Marilith is like a giant, snaky demon person. They're a fiend. They've got all the demon things. They have a bunch of arms, so they have 1,000,000 attacks. But if you look at everything that they have, none of their abilities really have anything to do with the demons at all. Like, here, let me show you what I mean. Like, what are they actually doing? They're getting a parry, which they can do with their weapon. They get a teleport, which is just quick movement. They have a tail, which if you take away all the flavor text is just damage and grappling a creature. They have a longsword, which is just a longsword. They have reactive, so they can take a reaction on every turn. So that just means they're quick. So what is that? What's a monster that can attack 7 times a round with a sword, has some way to grapple creatures, and can move very quickly? It could be Spider-Man. I was thinking it could just be like a super fast sword fighter. Like a speedster sword fighter. Remember that guy in One Punch Man? Who's kind of a dick, but he's like a very good fighter because he's super fast. Kind of like that character. So that's what reflavoring really comes down to. Is just looking at the things, looking at the mechanics, and deciding what else it can be. I might... Did you guys see my new video yet? I'm very curious to hear what people thought of the tone of it. Or the art style, too. Because I did something a little bit different with it than I've done with videos before. All roads lead to Spider-Man, apparently? Of course they do. Of course they do. Cowboy Snake. Sentient Clown of Daggers. Oh, you're discussing the Marilith. I see. But I think if people liked my new video or liked the style of it, I'm probably going to do more in that style where I use like crayon drawings to illustrate my points. I think it's fun. I think it's kind of funny. And I've gotten some mixed responses on parts of it too. But I don't really care. I like it, so I'm going to keep I'm happy with the vibe. Weirdness is happening behind me. You liked it? Nice. It was charming? Nice. Oh, I'm glad it went well. I'm glad it went well. You didn't like the back and forth format? Fair. Yeah, we're experimenting with it. See how it goes. What do you think about a Battlesmith artificer who's just a grandma knitting herself yarn friends? I think that's an amazing character idea. You want more drunk Cinder? I'll tell you what. That whole opening of the video where I'm describing reflavoring with the spell Fireball and sort of showing different ways you can represent the spell Fireball. I filmed that whole thing very drunk the night before. In the same time that I filmed the thing that was at the end. And I am going to share that, but I'm only going to share that to my members and to my patrons. So it's a little bonus for anyone that wants to support me. They can watch me drunk explain the D&D mechanics. And I actually made a whole animation for it. I think I sent it to some of my mods. No, I think I sent it to Bildo and a couple of my friends, but I ended up changing the opening because it was a little too slow and distracting for a start. It's a little off. Artist, thank you for the sub. Why is this thing not working? Alert box. Why are you not alert boxing? I don't know. Nope, now it went away. That's annoying. All right, let's try to fix that. Let's see here. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Is it gonna work now? There we go. Okay, boom. I think unfortunately I don't think I can show member. I think I have to make separate bars for members and subs. I'll figure that out. Will we ever meet another Blocksally, or is it just you and Smolder sharing the flesh vessel? It's mostly just me. I guess if others need to visit, they could. I should ask the Discord for drawings to use in the background of videos. I don't want to ask people to give me art if I'm not going to be paying them for art. And I don't want to pay you for art. No offense. Because I don't have that much money. What do you think about pre-made modules? I'm starting as a player in a Descent to Avernus on Friday. I think that they can be very good. I think it just depends on the type of player you are and the type of dungeon master you are. I struggle to run modules because I like to make stuff up more than I like to research stuff. But I've played in a couple modules and had a lot of fun. What you'd make would not be legally classifiable as art. I mean, I just made crayon drawings. Smolder mentioned a singe. Yeah, that's another one of us. Modules definitely help for beginners. Yes, that's true. If you've never run a campaign before at all, or never played any D&D at all before, doing a module, even if it's not one of the big campaign books, but like a smaller third-party module, like even just like a, you know, like a 3-session little adventure, can be really, really good for helping you figure out pacing and how to write an adventure. I think if I didn't ever, like, when I started being a dungeon master, and even now, I won't really ever use a whole campaign setting or a campaign module, but I will use, like, a dungeon from a campaign module, or I'll like, or from DM's Guild, or I'll use, you know, like a section, an NPC, a plot hook. But I learned how to write dungeons and adventures by basically reading Dungeons and Adventures and using them, but not ever really big ones, like little ones. I tried to run Mines of Phandelver, and I got in 2 sessions before the campaign completely derailed from the plot and turned into a dragon hunting campaign and became a completely different thing. And it was fun. It was a good game. But it was not Mines of Phandelver. They never even heard the word Phandelver. Dice Admiral. 5 months. Let's go, baby. Okay, I need to change the name of this because it is going to be it's dishonest. Because I think this is only charting subs. So we're just going to call it subs for now. No, not like that. Fuck. Like that. Thank you. Okie dokie. I never played one. I'm not sure how it can be pre-made without becoming too linear. What happens if we start to derail? My favorite campaign modules, and I think the best campaign modules, usually are sort of like a sandbox of tools. And within those tools, there are like dungeons and progression but a lot of them are like, here is a chapter on this city. And here's all the people that are going to be in it. Here's all the plot hooks that are going to happen in it. So it's still kind of open-ended. That's true. They can also make very good jumping off points. Take the things the players have done and make it come back to find them. That's a really good point, too. One of the best, like, a good way to think about running a module if you want your player, if you want it to feel like it's not super linear and your players have an impact, is let all of the homebrewy stuff that you add sort of come from the players. So use the players' backstories to add things into the campaign, and then use the things that they do to add things into the campaign. If they become very close with a particular rando in the first town that you didn't expect, have that rando be the important NPC that they save in a month, as opposed to someone from the next town that they would have met there, you know? I would say you should never go to sleep. Sleep is for the dead. Yeah, Curse of Strahd is a very good, is a very well-structured module, because it's sort of designed, at least initially, for you to explore it. You go to different, you just sort of pick a path, and you meet people, and then you learn about the world as you meet them. And then they say, hey, help me go over here. Come to dinner at my house. My sister's hot. All sorts of weird shit. Did anybody else get that vibe? That guy was into his sister in Curse of Strahd? Or is that just the way my Dungeon Master ran it? Might have just been the way my Dungeon Master ran it. Oh, if any of you want to try something kind of fun, here, let me share this with you guys. 1 second. The guy that I'm writing Wastes and Wilds with is running a game on Start Playing. And he's going to be using playtest material from our Kickstarter, and he's going to be running a post-apocalyptic Wild West Curse of Strahd campaign. So if any of you want to join that, I'll post the link in Twitch and YouTube. I think he's still got some seats open. You should definitely check it out. He's an amazing Dungeon Master, and he's co-designing this book with me. You'll get to be playtesting all the stuff that we're writing, and you'll get to be playing a very intense, like, oil baron, Wild West style Curse of Strahd game. So I posted the link, I think, in Twitch and YouTube. Go check it out if you want. Curse of Strahd is a great module for using that technique, having emergent elements precipitate from PC actions. Precipitate's a great word. Yes, it is. And that's probably why I enjoyed it also. I haven't played any... I'm trying to think of other modules that... Like, I have not ever played as a character in any hyperlinear modules. I don't know if I would like it or not. I think I would enter into it in a very different headspace. I think if I knew I was going to be playing in a somewhat linear module, I would lean much more into, like, what's the word? Like, metagaming in terms of building my character. Like, I would be building them sort of like I would build them in, like, Baldur's Gate, where I would try to build them to do cool combos more than I cared about, like, the feats I pick having to do with their backstory. Because I don't really care about character if the character can't have an impact. You know, if the character can't have an impact, it doesn't even really feel like it's a character. So if I'm playing in a game where I know the story is going to have to be what the story is going to be, then the way I'm going to have fun is by engaging with that with weird combat mechanics. Is it better to watch on Twitch or YouTube? That's your call, baby. Curse of Strahd is arguably the only well-written module? If you say so. You're back? Welcome back, Sloth. It's a sloth spaghetti. It's a slow cook. Sometimes I build characters around game mechanics, but I often build them... I always pick game mechanics I'm interested in. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to make a character I don't want to use their cool powers. But these days, I try to build them for the campaign that they're going to be in, because it helps me to make them feel like more unique and sort of pushes me to try new stuff. And I also think it helps the dungeon master get like more into my character, which will make being my character more fun. Have I played Weird West? Not for a D&D setting. I played Weird West for I played a Weird West Savage Worlds game, which was fun. But that was a long time ago. Yeah, Strahd's the sheriff. Yeah. And Mason's a very, very fun, very good dungeon master. He's also like a professional writer. So he's very good at making the things his bad guys say sound like really fucking cool and epic and kind of scary. Flavor the Ancestral Guardian thing. Okay, what you want to know? Another one of my favorite reflavorings, and then we'll talk about some homebrew. We'll jump into homebrew after that. But let me show you another one of my absolute favorite reflavorings. If this video that I make does half decent, I'm probably gonna do more reflavorings video. But I don't know if I'll just try to do other videos in that style in general. But the Path of the Ancestral Guardian does an amazing job of being a gravity/force manipulation character. So Ancestral Protector, it essentially is like linking a target to you with like a black hole, where they are like slower moving if they're attacking anything other than you, because they're like, you're like drawing them towards you. Spirit Shield, basically the exact same logic. You're like redirecting force around you to dampen it. Consult the Spirits. You get Augury and Clairvoyance, both of which are divination things, but that could kind of be like you peering into black holes or bending space-time. So it could be very much not divination, but like math into the future stuff. And then Vengeful Ancestors is just similar to the force manipulation, but bigger. Now, when you dampen the force of others' attacks, you can do so with such extremeness that they slam back. I think it's a really cool character idea. Reflavoring. Yeah, I like the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian. I've never played one, but I had one in a campaign, and he was a lot of fun. He played... The guy who played him, he played his character, he roleplayed them like they were a professional wrestler, and they were a Lionin, and they were from a clan that all worshipped... Like, they all... they were all named after different parts of, like, stone and earth and things. So, his like, the ancestors that he spoke to, he would call The Rock. And I just talked like The Rock as the ancestors if they would like communicate out to him, and he would perform all of his moves as if he was in like an anime professional wrestling show. It was so much fun. It was a good character. I don't remember his name. Maximus was his name. That was he was a good character. I like that guy. Oh, Maximus. I wonder how Maximus is doing these days. Who's to say? So did anybody submit any homebrew to me yet? Probably like a couple people, right? Should we look at some homebrew today? Was his name the Boulder? No, I think we literally just called him the Rock. The thing is, in my home games, we get serious sometimes, but we also just are silly most of the time. So I think he was just The Rock, like actually The Rock, basically. What are your thoughts on having a backup character? My DM recently suggested we all make one. So I did, and now I want to kill my black dragon to be my backup character. So you made a backup character because your Dungeon Master suggested you make it. But now you like the backup character more than your main character. I mean, yeah, you could kill the main character. More than that, though, I think what you should do is ask your Dungeon Master about just having them leave. Abruptly killing a character can be kind of jarring to the game and to the sense of, like, realism. I think it like, that's because it's not a thing that happens that much. So I feel like I might retire them just to keep the sense of, you know, roleplay somewhat reasonable. But that's, I would, you know, do that if you want to. But isn't that funny? You gotta tell your Dungeon Master, hey man, sorry, you told me to make a backup character, and now I like that backup character the most, so I'm gonna be that. Am I blinding and relentless, knowledgeable and influential, passionately chaotic? Are you playing some Powered by the Apocalypse game? That's a very Powered by the Apocalypse question. Adam, is that for a Powered by the Apocalypse game? Am I right? I don't know what I am. Maybe passionately chaotic, knowledgeable and influential. I don't think I'm blinding or relentless because I get tired and you guys can all still see. So I'm definitely not blinding and relentless. Am I knowledgeable? I don't know, I guess. Compared to you guys, yeah. Am I influential? Yep, definitely. At least to you guys, because, you know, you're here. Passionately chaotic? I don't know if I'm passionate about the chaos, but I am both passionate and I seem to... chaos seems to follow anything I do, like my shadow, regardless of whether or not I want it there. So, you know, maybe that. You're relentlessly blind? Yeah, man, you gotta get those glasses on. Put those glasses on. No, my blindness is relentless. And it will not relent to your lenses. No, Mr. Franklin! Your bent glass wrapped in wire shall not push past my blindness. It's too powerful. You cannot defeat it. No glasses for me, only blindness. Sights for losers. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I can't argue with that. Can't argue with facts. Speaking of facts, let's see if people submitted Homebrew. Ooh, somebody wrote the name Ouch as their name. That's funny. I think that it's amazing how often you guys still don't put your name properly sometimes. Oh, there's a lot of people submitted Homebrew today. Oh, that's cool. You want to seize the wheel? Kaboof. Behold it. Nope, that's not the wheel. Kaboof. Behold it. The wheel. In all its glory. Each section more powerful than the last. Forth and forlorn into this great eve we shall sail. And beholden unto thee shall be upon you a wheel of great pertinence. For it shall hold within it the fate of not just yours, but all creation. What shall manifest when the strangling fruit rises from the garden to stomp down the peril? Who can say? Not I. Nay. Not you. Nay. And not horses. Nay. Only the wheel. May it guide us into something that's not a bunch of fucking jank, shitty grammar, run-on sentences, overpowered, numbers go up, nothing interesting. Let's hope it becomes something kind of fun. How many? I think there's like 50 pieces on it right now. Does the wheel steal creativity from the people who it spins? I don't think so. You can ask the people that it spins, I guess. Uh-oh. Okay, that's all right. Anyway, here's the wheel. Look at it. You feel like it does? There you go. Artist says they think it does. And they've submitted to the wheel several times. So they must like feeding it. All right, let's see. Let's spin her. Bagadoo, 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 bee, buddy, bagadoo, 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 bee, guddy, bagadoo, 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 bee, guddy, bop, bop, ba bop, bleep. Fluffcopter. Fluffcopter, you've been spun a handful of times before. Do you feel like the wheel absorbs your creativity, or do you feel like it just does its own thing? I wanted to make a lizard-themed bard. Oh, what a weird theme. Lizard. Okay. That's very specific. Wondering if Bard can get away with having features that revolve around utility and mobility, since their core is pretty packed as full casters. I think so. I'm very curious to see. I mean, I think that you could. I think the answer is yes. I mean, you can. The weird thing about D&D is the way you express the idea. You can kind of make anything the core of a subclass. It's in the same way that you can make like anything a good story depending on how it's like written. Like the way you write a story is more important than what the story is about most of the time. And I sort of feel it's probably similar here, where you could probably get away with yours. I like that it's lizard themed. This is great. This is a very funny idea. It's really lizard themed. I thought you were going to go a little bit more open, like, you know, but look, it's just lizards. This one, I don't know why this one made me laugh. Doesn't this guy look like he's like waiting for you to stop looking at him so he can poop? Oh god, they're still watching. Must hold it a little bit longer. You know? He looks like he's constipated. Look how tense his muscles are here. Look at the tension. I think a lot of the time animals are probably about to poop. If not in actuality, in their hearts. Let's take a look here. College of Scales. Get it? College of Scales? Because there's scales, and then there's scales. Bards of the College of Scales follow in the... Oh, out of all types of painters' canvases, perhaps none is more lively and unique than one's own body. Oh, interesting. So you're like, I guess that's because you're like changing your colors? Bards of the College of Scales follow in the lizard's oddly shaped footsteps. They use color change not only as a stealth tactic, but as a form of self-expression. To master the art of the lizard, they must first become the lizard. Okay, this is a very funny sentence. It doesn't belong here because none of these sentences are funny. So, if you want to have a funny sentence, that's great. Make the whole thing funny. If you don't want to make the whole thing funny, don't have a funny sentence. Other than that, your sentences, you're sort of, I don't know. They have a very similar bounce to them, so they don't. I don't think they flow into each other very well. I would lean into trying to make them feel a little bit different in their flow. Like we got a very long sentence. And then we have a sentence that's not a very long sentence, but we have like a 3-adjective word, basically. Or a 3-descriptor word, which isn't a long sentence, but it feels like a long sentence. It makes it feel like like the feeling of this kind of descriptor after you're basically doing that up here. It doesn't work well. So change that. I would change that up. But, and figure out a cohesive tone for this flavor text. Chameleon's Gift. Hey, Cinder just came to say hi, then bye. I'm gonna go to sleep. It's 3 a.m. Good night. Good night, Abdal. Be well. Butts, I don't know. Buttbot's just the guy. Chameleon's Gift. Starting at 3rd level. Starting when you join this college at 3rd level. Whenever you give an ally your inspiration die, they change color to match their surroundings. While holding the inspiration die, they roll it and add the result to sight-based stealth checks made in those surroundings without expending the die. There's a we're gonna rewrite that sentence. As a bonus action, you can expend a use of your own bardic inspiration die to apply this effect to yourself for 10 minutes. Okay, so here's what I would say here. This is what I would say if you want to keep this feature like this. I would say, when you give a creature a bardic inspiration die, they can add a roll of that die to any stealth checks they make before they expend the bardic inspiration. Period. That's how you write that sentence. It's a bonus action. You can expend a use of your own bardic. You can expend a use of bardic inspiration to apply this effect to yourself for 10 minutes. I guess that's sort of the same. So this is just a way to do it for yourself. Here's my thought. My thought is it's probably fine, but it's very one note. It's very, very one note. And I don't know if it's too one note, but it's very one note. Like, this isn't even... It's not even really doing anything different. Like, this Bardic Inspiration die is... You get an extra Bardic Inspiration die that you can use an infinite number of times, but only on stealth checks for 10 minutes. It's basically what it's doing here. So the whole feature is just... People can add your Bardic Inspiration die to their stealth checks. Maybe that's fine, but it feels very one note. Tail Escape. Also at 3rd level, you grow a wiggly lizard's tail. When you are grappled, I would maybe throw a magical vibe in here, so like you could have like an ethereal tail if you wanted, in terms of just the way you describe it. When you are grappled or hit by an attack of opportunity, you can use a reaction to cut your tail loose and either escape the grapple or turn the attack of opportunity into a miss. The tail regrows when you finish a long rest. If you already have a tail when joining this college, it is permanently replaced by this one. This is very funny. I like this. I think this just works. The way that I would write this is when a creature succeeds on a grapple... when a creature succeeds at a grapple check against you or on an attack of opportunity against you, you can use your reaction to... Because the triggering thing is the creature hitting the thing. So you want the creature in this sentence. Right now, the creature that is triggering this is not actually in this sentence. And it makes the whole thing longer than it needs to be. And it makes it feel a little bit distant in a way that the idea comes across much... Like, in the mind's eye, the idea will come across much less clear than it is. Because it's a very simple idea. But because you don't actually have the creature triggering the attack in the sentence, it... adds an element of vagueness to the way it feels. I think for what the feature is it's fine. Let's keep going. Here's what I'm gonna say. I feel like Chameleon's Gift feels honestly too specific. Like, I get the vibe here, and I think Tail is a great semi-combat feature. And I think that because it ties directly to, like, a couple different types of situations and it feels sort of like a ribbon feature, I think it's fine for it to be specific. But because this is, like, our bread and butter feature, and it's also the main thing we're using with our Bardic Inspiration die that's unique, I think tying it to a single skill check feels too limiting. Then we get Suction Cup. Maybe Chameleon's Gift could help with sleight of hand, performance, or intimidation checks. That's not a bad idea. I think that could make it work really well. Yeah, that's good. If you threw a couple other things in there. But I also think if you did that, I would probably limit... I think you would have to limit its power a little bit. Because I don't think having infinite use of Bardic Inspiration for any amount of checks for 10 minutes is super reasonable. Which is basically what it is. I would probably make it either you could do that once during it, or it would be a number that was, or the time was less. I don't know. I think you have to play around with that a little bit. Let's look at suction cups. Suction cups. Yeah, just imagine turning bright red as you stare menacingly at someone. Yeah, exactly. Dude, Adam, it makes a lot of sense, man. Makes total sense. You could double the inspiration die for those specific checks. You could spend a die for advantage. Yeah, here's the thing. I like the idea of the die bonus, the bonus scaling with the inspiration die. Like, that's a very nice move. I just think that it's a weird situation where 10 minutes of adding that to a skill check is probably okay. But if you make that a feature broad enough to feel like a decent feature, I think then 10 minutes of that is too much. So you got to play around with that a little bit. I'm not exactly sure what the solution is there. It could also be something that's not related to the Bardic Inspiration. It could be when a creature has a roll of your Bardic Inspiration, they can add your Charisma modifier to any Intimidation, Stealth, something checks they make, you know? You could also do something like that. So it wouldn't scale with your Bardic Inspiration, but it would scale with you still. How about making it like once per skill check, but for a minute? I think that could work, but I don't think we need to overcomplicate it that much. Like, I don't think it's an interesting enough feature to need to figure out how to balance it that much, if I'm being honest. Like, it's not really doing anything that new. It's adding, it's just doing what Bardic Inspiration does, you know? So if we can't figure out how to sort of get it expressed clearly, I almost feel like it's not worth it. Let's look at Suction Cup at 6th level. At 6th level, you gain a climb speed equal to walking speed, and you can climb up and down on surfaces and stuff. Cool. Suction Cups. And then we also get Brush Liquor. It's a weird phrase. What does that even mean? Also at 6th level, you can make your tongue sticky and whip it out at lightning speed. As an action, choose an object that isn't being worn, and you have a direct line of sight. With, not within. Okay, you need to figure out how to write your sentences properly. As an action, choose an object that isn't being worn or carried. That you have direct that you can see. Here's how you write the sentence. As an action, you strike out with your tongue at an object you can see within 15 feet of you that isn't being worn or carried. That's how you write that sentence. You bring the object directly to the floor in your space, to one of your empty hands, or into your mouth. If a creature is carrying the object, make a contested strength check with them, taking the object if you win. Oh, that's quite strong. The object can be no larger than 3 feet on a side and weigh no more than 5 pounds. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your charisma modifier. Being able to disarm someone with that is pretty cool. This feels like it would be a better 3rd level feature. I feel like if I were you, I would try to figure out how to make this the 3rd level feature. I think this is a much cooler 3rd level feature than Chameleon's Gift. This is like a fun, weird, crazy thing. I don't know if it's going to be able to... I don't know if the way that this thing is structured right now that would work, but I think that this would work much better as a 3rd level feature. Let's take a look at Coloration Mastery. Starting at 14th level, using Chameleon's Gift to change your own color no longer expends the use of your Bardic Inspiration. Genuinely don't know what the fuck this means, so I hope that it's not supposed to mean something mechanically, because I'm pretty sure it doesn't. But it seems like it's supposed to, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about here. Additionally, you can choose to change your coloration to any combination of patterns and colors. Then you only gain a stealth check benefit if you match the... This isn't a feature. What is this doing? How is this a This isn't a... I don't understand. Am I crazy? Chat, did I miss something? This isn't a feature. What is this doing? How is this doing? Okay, so... you can change your color without using a bonus action, a Bardic Inspiration, but you didn't need to use a Bardic Inspiration to change your color. Oh, I guess this is changing their color. Well, maybe, crazy idea, maybe the feature that's being referenced here, I don't know, man. Like the main thing that's happening here isn't changing your own color. The main thing that's happening here is just the Chameleon's Gift. Like, the changing the color isn't the mechanic. The mechanic is everything else. So, I think that you gotta reword this sentence because it doesn't read well at all right now. And then this last one genuinely is just confusing, and I don't understand what you're trying to do here. I understand now that it says you don't need to spend a Bardic Inspiration die to make stealth checks, but the way this sentence is written is so unclear that I think it's important to overhaul it. And I'm going to be honest, I'm a little bummed that the 14th level feature is drawing on what I genuinely think is the least interesting part of the subclass. Like, you have a bunch, like, Tail Escape is really interesting, Brush Liquor is really interesting, Chameleon's Gift is boring and I don't think works super well. And Coloration Mastery is just building off of that. So I would change both of those. That's just my opinion, though. And if your goal is that you always have access to this feature, then what you say here is this. You say, starting at 14th level, whenever you make a stealth check, you can add a roll of your Bardic Inspiration die to that stealth check. That's the way you write that sentence. The other thing is that that's not a good feature. That is overkill, and it is boring. So you don't need it, and I'm going to strongly encourage you to go in a different direction. You talked about mobility, but there's very little mobility in here. The only mobility that we have is third level, is climbing. They could do bigger, longer, stickier tongue. They could do all sorts of stuff. I'm not going to tell them what they should do. I'm just saying that if I'm looking at this, I'm thinking Tail Escape, really fun and interesting. Brush Liquor, not crazy strong, but fun. Suction Cup, boring, but makes sense. Chameleon's Gift, I want it to be something else. Coloration, I want it to be Master. I want it to be something else. They don't land well. They don't mix well with the rest of it. Is the submission form wrong? It says Rage Review. Really? Did I put the wrong submission form? Oh yeah, that is the wrong form. Let me fix it. Weird. Thought I did fix that. Did I not save it? Oh, I didn't save it. Send in your brew. Did it save? Yeah, all right, it should work now. There you go. There's the real, the true form is now available. For anybody that submitted to the Rage stream thing, that was from like a week ago. So that's not today. So sorry. Maybe you could add something about 360 vision. You could also branch into Komodo Dragon with your inspiration and add Poisonous Bite somewhere. Yeah, there's a lot of different stuff you could do, depending on the different creatures you want to lean into. I think that the key is just to not lean so dramatically into camouflage. And to be fair, getting the ability to add extra bonus to your own skill checks, I think is really boring on a bard in particular, because they already get so many things that do that. Like, they already get expertise. They already get jack of all trades. Like, the only things that there are some bards that can add bonuses to things, but the way they get them are a little bit more interesting, where it's like, you can't roll lower than a 10 on this skill check. So I feel like they don't need all that extra stuff. Anyway, those are my thoughts. I think it's a really fun idea, and I think that there's some really cool stuff in here. And I think that if you trim the fat and keep it and try to come up with some fresh ideas, it'll be really solid. Let's give Fluffcopter a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. I think the way you would do 360 vision would be the way that it's done in game is usually like things can't be surprised. Maybe they get some bonus to certain types of site-based checks. Not being able to be surprised or passive perception type things. Hello, fellow adventurers. I need an advice. Last session, my PC lost her beloved in the fight, and we have no way of reviving him. The wound is fresh, and I'm grieving as a player to the point of being on the brink of dropping the game. Do you have any advice on not to lose to desire to play after such an event? Talk to your dungeon master about your feelings, and ask them if... Tell them that. Tell them that you're feeling that way. And my guess is if they don't... my guess is if your dungeon master knows you're feeling that way, they are planning on having a way for you to be able to bring this person back. And if they aren't, then they need to be ready to sort of make sure that you guys can get on the same page to make sure that you can still have fun in the game. Also, you could just find a cleric with a high enough spell casting ability and they could do it, regardless of how dead the guy is. Depending on the game you're playing. Depending on how meta-y your game is. Alrighty. I understand if being sad that an NPC died, but here's the other thing is that here's what I would say. If I was your dungeon master, I would probably say, you just got to remember that the game is... Okay, I wouldn't say this to you because I don't know you personally, but I know my players personally, so this is what I would say to my players personally. I would say, I hear you. If you really don't want this character to be gone, there are things in-game that you could do to bring them back. And that is definitely possible, and you know about them. Like, just think about how much magic there is in the world. But, as a player, I'm a little concerned by this. Because if you like this NPC so much that if they died, you don't want to be your character anymore, I'm, like, worried you care more about this NPC than you do the other characters. And at the end of the day, it's more important that you as a player are invested in the other characters and the game in whole than you are about your character and an NPC. Like, if I keep this NPC alive, or they come back, you need to understand that they're not going to be a big part of the story. Like, I killed them off probably for a reason. I probably was ready to be done role-playing them. You know? Like, maybe I wanted to... that's where my head goes. Like, okay, like, I'm ready to be focusing on more of the adventure, you know? So, if you are feeling so sad about an NPC dying in your game that you don't want to play your character anymore, I think the more important thing to think about is what is your character invested in, and is that investment in the right spot to make the game fun for you? Like, there isn't a right or wrong spot to care about what you care about, but I'm telling you, if you care more about an NPC than you do the other characters, it's going to be hard for you to have as much fun playing that game. If I was your DM, I'd be happy that you were so invested and then work with you to make it a strong beat for the game. Yeah, listen, I'm all for players getting upset about things that happen. I think that's amazing. But for a player to be so upset that they want to quit the game, I feel like would be a little overkill. I would be like, that's a little overkill, dude. Like, I'm glad you like the NPC, but, you know, me and you are not really dating. I am your balding, bearded friend. Hi, Gina. What's up, buddy? Is your submission there? You can't see it. It might be. I haven't updated the wheel. Are you Gary? If you're Gary, then yeah. Thank you. I think I will. We're playing a different system and there's no revival. The NPC died because Dice Gods decided to kill him in every way, so I'm not sure how it will go. So maybe just tell that. Just talk to your Dungeon Master about your feelings. Just say, hey, I'm struggling to want to play this game because I built my character was so invested in this NPC. Is there anything we could do about that, or should I just like make a new character? What did you just walk into? Somebody said that an NPC in the game they're playing in just died, and they were very bummed about it. And they were bummed about it to the point where they didn't want to necessarily play their character anymore because the NPC and their character had a romance. So my first thought was make sure your Dungeon Master knows how you feel about that, because they probably aren't trying to make you want to quit the game. And they can change things. And then my other thought was, if I had any player so invested emotionally in an NPC that if that NPC died, they wouldn't want to play in that game anymore, I would see that more of an issue with the way both of us were looking at the goals of the game. And as a Dungeon Master, I would want to talk to them about that. Because I would be worried that I wouldn't be running a game that would be what they wanted. Because I don't care about NPCs that much. I care about the characters. So I kill NPCs all the time. And I don't, I'm not here to, one of the things that I hate the most as a Dungeon Master is if one player talks to me too much. Is that crazy? If one player talks to me too much, I start to get annoyed. I start to be like, and I've done this before, where in my home game, I say, hey, can you talk to the other players instead of talking to me? I've done that before. You had to say that a couple times. Or and I've talked to, and I've said this to my players before. I've said, I feel like I'm winning as a Dungeon Master if you guys are talking to each other more than you're talking to me. And if you're talking to me too much, I feel like we're not playing D&D. We're playing Cinder is a machine that you push buttons on. You know? Oh, you thought I meant out of game? No. Out of game, it's different. Out of game is different than in game. Out of game, I think it's pretty reasonable to be upset when an NPC perishes. Because they're not really NPCs out of game. They're like whole people. To be as sensitive about this as possible, a good example of how to cope is this. You probably wouldn't stop reading a book if your favorite character died. You want to know what happens next. Skim Milk, I think that's a good way of phrasing it. But that being said, I also don't know if that's true. I think a lot of people stop books or movies because their favorite character dies and they don't want to keep reading it anymore. Like, I knew a lot of people that didn't get past season 1 of Game of Thrones, for example, because of because of 2 in particular things that happened towards the end of it, and they were like, "Oh, I don't really have interest in this story without these characters, so I'm good." So it definitely happens. It's not an all the time thing, but it happens. But I agree. Usually, you want to see what happens. For me, that analogy works very well. Where can I find the College of Scales Bard? Here, I can open it up again. Here it is. There it is. And included your favorite card getting nerfed? That's a little different than your favorite character, though. For me, it makes you more invested. Yeah. Are you excited for the next episode of Delicious in Dungeon? Is there a new episode out? I just finished episode 13 or 14. Whatever episode came out like a week or 2 ago. I don't even know when new episodes come out for it, because I watched it all in one day, basically, because it was so good. Delicious in Dungeons is so good, it's stupid. Okay. Anybody that doesn't like Delicious in Dungeons is a fine person, but I think it's one of the best shows ever for an anime. That being said, I also think it has some really creepy, ooh-woo, bullshit, cringy, fucking weeb nonsense that I hate. And people really don't like that I hate parts of it. But I'm allowed to love it and acknowledge that it has that cringy fucking ooh-woo nonsense that just it's like nails in my spine. It's both of those things. It's a very good show. It doesn't have nearly as much of that creepy shit as a lot of anime does, but it does. Yeah, Fallon is the fucking worst. I hate her character. I hate the way that her character is portrayed in the show. I would like the show so much more if her character wasn't in it. But she's important, but they remember her fondly. Oh, but it's different. Just wait, you'll see. She's important. I don't care, man, because what I'm watching is a really nuanced, funny, sort of cute, clever, sort of dark show about people going through dungeons, eating monsters. I don't need a random scene every 2 episodes where there's like a random naked, weird seduction scene, or there's weird camera angles that are like, oh, they're climbing through. Let's get a real close zoom in on Fallon's ass as she's climbing through a tunnel. Why? Why do we need that? Oh, God, I fucking hate it. And the way she talks, I want to smash her in the face with a hammer. And I know she's not real, which is the only reason why I want to do that. Wait, what the anime? The anime is called Delicious in Dungeon, and it's really, really good. Delicious in Dungeon. It's basically about an adventuring party going into a dungeon, and there's a community that lives above the dungeon. They have sort of an ecosystem. There's people whose job it is to like go into dungeons and get dead adventurers and pull them out and revive them back in town. And one of their sisters, this character who I hate, Fallon, gets eaten by a dragon in the first episode. And the whole show is about them trying to go back down into the dungeon to find the dragon and get her out of it before she is totally digested. But the way that they solve problems is they cook. So every episode is solved by them figuring out how to cook a monster and then eating that monster. Fallon is the sister. She's the sister of the knight who's obsessed with cooking, whose name I forget. Not the guy who knows, not the little dwarf, the guy with the knight. I forget his name. I don't remember most of their names, but it's a really good show. I might like Frerin. Also, they're broke. Yes, they have no money, and they need to survive. And in order to get deep enough into the dungeon, you have to have rations and stuff, because you run out of food. So they are just eating as they go. Liaus, yeah. Is it Liaus or Liaus? I forget, but I love him. He's fucking great. He's such a good character. Yeah, they can't afford it. That is the plot at the beginning, is they can't afford to go shopping. Yeah, it's such a good show. And the way they describe cooking the monsters and the way they prep the monsters is done so well that if you, like, got the ingredients of those monsters, I think you could actually cook those meals. And I think they would actually taste very good. Which is insane. But legit, if you got myconid, you could do that fried myconid meal. That's that myconid stew, whatever. All right. Do you like how this tangent isn't your fault this time? I don't remember where this tangent started. Someone should make the walking mushroom from episode 1 as a real D&D monster. I mean, I think they did, right? There are myconids, basically. And there's not all of them are really big and scary. Some of them are... This person didn't put a name. They just put an underscore as their name. And it's going to be very easy to find them on the wheel, I'm sure. Oh, because of last stream. One of my favorite animes was Seven Deadly Sins. That show is a sin within itself. Very creepy. I don't mind creepy if it's like tentacles and eyes and weird people being like, oh, the Whisperer comes at dawn. You know, like, I don't mind like that kind of shit. I have zero interest in like the infantilization of women or the weird ooh-woo bullshit or the over-sexualization. Like, that's the stuff that's, like, creepy that I just have no patience for. It's pervy creepy? Yeah, I'm not into pervy creepy. It's not my bag. Not to my bag. I like monster creepy. Beep-a-doo boop-a-doo beep-a-da-beep ba-ba-da boop-a-da beep boop beep-a-da boop-a-doo ba-ba-da beep beep-a-da boop-a-doo beep bow blow. What you got for us today, Crimson? A dragon class. A whole class. Alright, well, you know the deal, buddy. If we look at a class, we look at the first... We're basically going to look at level 1 and level 2. And not much more. I think making a dragon is going to be tricky, but I'm curious to see what we're getting here. Let's see. We have a Fundamentium, whatever the fuck that means, pool. We have Draconic Lineage and Fundamentium. We are D8s. We're squishy. Why are we so squishy? We're a dragon. Okay, genuine questions, and I'm asking this, and I mean this is genuine feedback. Why are we squishy? There's no reason we should be squishy. Why are we fighting with armor, and why are we fighting with weapons? We're a dragon. Genuine questions. I don't think we need... If I was going to make a dragon class, I think the first thing on my list would be... What can I do to not need weapons and armor? Because I'm a fucking dragon. No tool proficiencies, 3 skills. We don't have like a main spellcasting stat, I guess. At first level, we get Draconic Lineage. So we get a subclass. Alright, I'm going to read just the beginning of the first one and nothing else. You get 2 more hit points for each level. This is just... Okay. This feature doesn't make any fucking sense. So look at what we're doing here. Let's look at what you're doing here. The first thing that you get that is on multiple subclasses is literally just infinite. It's just twice as good as any other feature that gives extra hit points. And you might be saying, well, yeah, you're a dragon, though. It makes sense. You should have extra hit points. You know what? You know where those extra hit points should be? In the fucking hit die. In the hit die. In the hit die. The extra hit points should be in the hit die. What are we doing here? Like, this is already overcomplicated. For like, you're taking 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind of situation. What else do we get at first level? Nothing? Oh, you could also get Guiding Strike. You get the Guidance cantrip. And you can use it as a bonus action. And you can apply it to creatures' attack rolls. That's too strong, man. Infinite use of bonus action gives someone a plus D4 to their attack roll. That's too much, dude. I would say even infinite infinite use guidance is a little bit too much. Or infinite use guidance as a bonus action is too much. So both of your subclass level 1 features feel overpowered, just so you know. In a pretty dramatic way. I would also argue, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, neither one of those feels like a dragon thing. Yeah, that's stronger than the Peace Cleric's strongest feature. Yeah, it's just way too fucking strong. Yeah, Infinite Bless. Yeah, it's way too strong. It doesn't matter. It's not even really worth talking about. Beyond just saying it's broken. Let's look at Fundamentium, which is going to be the other only first level feature we get. The lifeblood and fundamental core of a dragon is its Fundamentium. This word, just so you know, feels like a word that Willy Wonka would use to describe a new type of candy he's making. It doesn't feel like something that one would normally associate to dragons or to like their blood or their magic. So it's a silly word. It feels like a Monty Python word. So if I were you, I would change this word to be something else. It's literally unlimited emboldened bond. Yeah, exactly. You could maybe do a charisma modifier times per day. That could work. Let's see. An organ that all other sentient creatures convert for raw power that it holds. What is this sentence? The lifeblood and fundamental core of a dragon is its fundamentium, an organ that all other sentient creatures convert? Do you mean covet? You don't need to be telling us the lore here. I want to learn what the fuck a feature does. So whenever you're building something new in D&D, especially something that is going to require any amount of, like, real time and investment to understand, like, for example, a class, don't be shoving in, like, weird lore that is totally disconnected to helping us understand what the feature does here. I'll tell you what, saying that it's the core magic lifeblood of the dragon is fine, but this extra bit doesn't matter. This is just like world building, but we don't need it because it's not even world building that I'm necessarily going to use. This is like the part. This is the kind of information that you would find in like the third paragraph in a 3-paragraph description of a monster in the monster manual. It's not something you would include in the monster's stat block. Starting from the first level, like this is where we should start this sentence. You gain a pool of points to draw from as seen in the Draconic class table. And then you use your charisma modifier for them. How many points do we have at level 1? At level 1, we have 2. This allows you to access the might of a dragon's breath weapon. As a part of the attack action, you may, don't say may, say can, choose to swap out one attack for a breath weapon, expending any number of fundamentum points. You choose up to 1/2 of your level in this class when doing so. You can choose a 30-foot line. This is just a... Okay, this isn't a class right now, and that's what I'm going to say. It's not a class yet. At first level, we have a very limited resource breath attack, which is essentially just a much stronger version of the Dragonborn breath attack, but it's quite limited in use. And then we also have an overpowered subclass feature, but we don't have anything that really makes us... Let me ask you a question. What do we do every turn with this character? Every single character at level 1 should have something that they can comfortably do every turn in combat. So, for example, any core spellcaster could cast Firebolt, cast a cantrip. A fighter has their attacks, you know? What are we doing? What's our move here? What are we fighting with? Because let's think about this. Everything in, like, we don't even get martial weapons. So everything in 5e that gets, like, anything that doesn't get any special attack at first level in 5e gets martial weapons. That's like paladins, and rangers, and they also get special stuff at first level. They just don't get infinite use special stuff. But by second level, they all have that anyway. But this thing doesn't have a move. This thing doesn't have a move. So I think that in its current iteration, it feels like you're trying to take subclass ideas and smash them together into something that would feel like a class. But these feel like subclass ideas. I don't see a core here yet. And if I don't see the core here by level 1, that's bad. That's trouble. And I see we get a Draconic transformation at level 2. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to read all the details of it. Because if you want to do something like an alternative rage Draconic transformation, you probably should get that at level 1. And you got to have that balanced for level 1. Well, the thing I think the real issue, it might make it too obviously just a monk if you made it unarmed and unweaponed, but that's the thing is you got to figure out how to sell the fiction of it. Because I'll tell you what doesn't work. Either of these subclass features or Fundamentium as a core class feature at level 1. I just don't think that works. Unless we're getting better weapon usage or basic attack cantrips, that doesn't work. And then at second level, we essentially get a special version of Wild Shape that's just much better than Wild Shape. We get a Wild Shape that allows us to grapple, knock creatures prone, gives us a really fucking good AC, and now we hit like a greatsword. Like, I feel like the solution is to take this and figure out how to make this the class. Otherwise, I just feel like it should just be a subclass. It should just be like an alternative barbarian, alternative rage feature. Yeah, this could be a subclass for a fighter or for a barbarian, is the way I'm reading it. But I think that if you want to make it a core class, make it a dragon. Don't make it a guy that turns into dragons. Unless, when he's not in his dragon form, he's got something that feels more like a consistent alternative way of fighting and existing, sort of in the same way that all of the base fighter classes do. All right, thank you, Crimson, for sharing. Let's give Crimson a round of applause. A small breath weapon every turn could work, for sure. Could be an interesting way to do it. But it doesn't change hits points or stats. Thanks for the feedback. Once I get home, I'll start looking into it. I just think it's, okay, look, maybe I'm not reading this super well, but I think that speaks to probably more the structure that you wrote it in than anything else. Like, if you want this to read clearly, you need to look at other features that give you a bunch of shit and notice that they all use bullet points. This is not using that. So it just turns it into this big block of gobbledygook where anybody that's going to read this is going to skim it and maybe figure it out later. But like, this is a paragraph that anyone will stop reading this immediately when they get to this paragraph, almost certainly, due to how much information is in this and how poorly formatted it is for being easily readable. But that being said, I still feel like, I just feel like we're missing the mark here. Exactly. Like, I don't feel it by level 1. I think maybe if you can sell it in the fiction up here that this is like a dragon warrior and you have a draconic form that you enter into and like really sell it and build it up in that way, and we can really feel that at level 1 as opposed to just feel like we're just getting like stupidly overpowered stuff. I think that could maybe work, but in its current iteration, it just feels like it's too much. It feels like it's too much and too little. All right, thank you for sharing. What if you... Thank you. What if your homebrew is dumb? I think dumb homebrew can be fine. If it's still fun. The Beastmaster's Companion Ranger has large text. Yoda, you're missing the point, dude. Because this... Okay, I'm going to point this out because you're being stupid. And I like pointing out when people are being stupid. So let's talk about that for a second. Okay, where the fuck is the thing I want to open? Okay, so where is your document? Let's talk about why Yoda's example is bad. Okay, so behold, a feature. What this feature does is you activate it. It's on for 10 minutes, and then while it's on, you get this special power and this special power. And so you basically get like 6 little special moves. Where the fuck is that anything to do with what the Beastmaster Ranger Companion gets? Because the Beastmaster Companion is describing the mechanics for a pet monster you get. It's not telling you any of the pet monster's feature. It's just telling you how it works. A much better thing to compare it to do would be like Barbarian Rage, which is a mode you enter that gives you a handful of features. And would you look at that? It uses fucking bullet points. Bullet points are good. Use them. All right, thank you, Crimson, for sharing. You see? You missed that the first time? You're bad. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I think most of these people understand English. I think it's just a lot of writing, and I think that people are generally not professional writers, and I think most people think writing is easier than it is. I think a lot of the time, especially when it's something like this, where it's an idea that they've been thinking about in their head, or it's for gaming, they want to get the idea out, and they want it to sound cool, and they kind of want to write it the way they're thinking about it. So there's all these factors that go into that also, on top of the fact that just writing is hard. So I don't think, I don't see any of these I don't think any of this writing is bad at all. I think it's just generally writing is hard. And I would argue that most people that think writing is easy are the people that are the worst at writing. The amount of times, it doesn't happen that much anymore, but the amount of times people come in here really cocky, and then have to get put in their place is a lot compared to the amount of people that come in here being like, I am not good at writing, and then their writing is fine. Sloth Spaghetti, if you're not on the wheel, I don't know what to tell you, man. Make sure you submitted something for the right day. Make sure you submitted something for today, which is the 23rd. I know that's well said. I'm a fucking genius. No, I'm not. I'm just a random guy. Hakase. All right, Hakase, I'm going to be honest, man. The last two pieces I looked at of yours were overpowered and bloated with features. I am genuinely hoping that that's not the same conversation we have to have again. Bright Bites aren't meant to be ordinary monsters for ordinary encounters. Since Bright Bites reduce maximum health, they fight with very conservative tactics and try to wear the party down before they can reach a shadow to hide in. My main concern is the scaling DC too hard to run as a DM? And do you think this kind of mystery would work for a general table? Let's take a look. Bright Bite. It's a fun name. I like the name quite a bit. Makes me think of that evil Superman movie, Brightburn. Bright Bites are endurance hunters. Whenever they can flit in and out of shadows or chase their prey into the setting sun, they rip and tear the shadows from their victims. This sentence is not good, Hakase. You need to fix this sentence. First of all, you've got the word shadows twice. Second of all, you have too many ideas in it. Wherever they can flit in and out of the shadows, immediately you should jump to the next idea. Or chase their prey into the setting sun. This is such a specific... So, like, if you want to do, like, a... Here's a way to think about it. When you're trying to describe, like, the variety of what a monster can do, if you're going to be giving it a barometer, like, whenever they can be into the shadows or out into the light, either end of that barometer has to have a similar vibe of specificness and a specific vibe of pace. So you have flit in and out of the shadows, which is sort of open-ended, a little bit vague, doesn't really mean anything, kind of sits in the space. And then you have or chase their prey into the setting sun. This hyper-specific vision. Those two things do not sit well on either side of the pendulum of this sentence, and it makes the whole thing really not work. So rewrite that whole thing. With each strike, their prey's shadows glow. Stop using the word shadow. As though light shines through their physical bodies. Also, you don't need to describe everything twice. You're doing that kind of a lot. Like, you're saying what's happening, and then you're describing it again. You don't need to do that. They will occasionally hunt in packs to bring down larger prey or a group of smaller creatures. Whenever you see shadowless corpses or skeletons, beware the bright bite. Novice adventurers are common prey as they... You know what's not here that really does need to be here? Any sort of description of the monster. Like, what it looks like. Or what it feels like. There's really not enough description of the actual... Like, if I was a dungeon master, I don't need 6 different sentences describing how they flit into and out of the shadows and how they hunt and eat shadows. You can say that in one sentence. What I need is ideas about what they look like. I need to help visualize them. I need to understand them more. This is like the way that they would be described in like by like a shitty camp counselor, not by like a monster manual description. Does that make sense? This is not... You think this is Simon Cowell? I don't think so. I think it's just being honest. Okay. Because I really still don't know what they are. Okay, they have a 40-foot movement speed, 15 HP, 13 con, or 13 AC. Kind of weak across the board, except for charisma. Can they talk? Why are they so intelligent? If you're going to make them this intelligent and have this high charisma, they should have language. There's really no reason for that to be that way if they don't. At least understand it. It doesn't make sense. They're immune to some stuff. They have some saving throws. Feast upon shadow. When a bright bite takes its bright bite action, change that name. Don't call its name. Hakase, come on, man. You know better than this. Don't call its name. Don't do that. Like, you need to be able to read that and understand that that's silly sounding. Come on, man. When a bright bite takes its bright bite action, the shadow DC for the dexterity saving throw changes depending... I'm gonna be honest here, man. What the fuck are you talking about? Why are you describing how the shadow DC for dexterity saving throw changes when I have no idea what the fuck this is yet? Do you know what I mean? So whenever you're designing anything for D&D, you got to think about it actually has to be usable. And you can't talk about how a mechanic changes before I know what the mechanic is. So I have no idea what this is. I'm just going to skip this whole thing. And when I get to something that has a shadow DC, then I will come back to this. But there's no point in reading this feature because I don't know what it's talking about. And if I don't see anything that says a shadow DC, then I'm just going to ignore the whole thing. Glowing wounds. Instead of dealing damage, bright bites reduce their target's maximum HP. When a creature's HP is reduced by bright bite, it can be restored by restoring hit points incomplete or... Okay. God, these sentence structures fucking killing me, dude. Instead of dealing damage, bright bites reduce their target's maximum HP. When a creature's hit point maximum is reduced by a bright bite, it can be restored by restoring hit points in complete darkness. Like, listen to this read out loud. It's so repetitive. Including spells, potions, and rests. You're so repetitive. The hit point maximum can also be restored. Okay. Each time a creature's hit point maximum is reduced by a bright bite, part of their body no longer casts a shadow. Creatures do not feel pain when their hit point maximum is reduced, nor do they sustain any physical injuries. They will notice the changes to their shadow How do they not take damage if their maximum hit point is reduced? What does that mean? If I have 7 hit points and you hit me, and my maximum hit points become 5, I lose health. Hakase, what you're doing, Hakase, I love you, but you are making excuses instead of making changes. The problem is not with the general format of stat blocks. The problem is the way you have organized this stat block. 100%. Okay, so basically this is a long way of saying they don't deal damage, they deal HP. And I guess creatures don't notice it happening when it does, but you don't need it to be written this, like, if you don't believe me that the issue is a formatting issue, look to this feature. Buried in darkness. Bright Bite becomes invisible and their speed is halved in darkness. Again, dude, it's fucking order of operations. I'm sorry I'm getting annoyed, but I feel like I'm a broken record here. What's the first thing that you say when you talk about a feature? What's the first thing that you say? Do you talk about what happens, or do you talk about when happens, or how happens? I feel like you talk about when or how. So instead of saying Bright Bite becomes invisible and their speed is halved while in darkness, fucking change it. What triggers it? While in darkness. We need to know when it happens before we know what the fuck is happening. Your whole piece is broken in that way. Like, you need to just complete, like, I almost want to stop giving, I'm going to keep reading, but the most important feedback here is getting comfortable with following through with an order of operation that is logical in the way you're giving information. After 1 minute in darkness, they become paralyzed and stay paralyzed until they spend a minute in light. Who is the they you're talking about here? Is it is it these guys? Man, you really got to get somebody to help you with these sentences. Okay, so what this is doing is, while in darkness, the Bright Bite becomes invisible and their speed is halved, period. If they remain in darkness for 1 minute, they become paralyzed until they are in light for at least 1 minute, period. Write it like that. Bright Bite gains +5 Constitution while not AC while not incapacitated, and if subject to effects, blah 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 blah. Okay, this is it's fine. This is similar to other things. I would include it in the stat block though. So anything that has a passive change in its AC usually includes it in the stat block. So what you would do is you would write 13, and then you would write in parentheses 18 in darkness or something like that. Yeah, while in darkness, the Bright Bite gains the following benefits, something like that. Okay, Bright Bite actions. Targets a creature's shadow it can touch. Buddy, you're not writing full... Why aren't you... What is happening? Why aren't you even writing full sentences here? The range is the size of the target's shadow. The target must succeed on a dexterity saving throw against the shadow DC, or its current HP and hit point maximum are reduced by 7. What the you still don't explain what the fucking shadow DC is in this goddamn piece. Okay. I'm gonna tell you what I think you're trying to do. I think what you're trying to do here is you want the range of this attack and the saving throw for this attack to be based on the size of the creature's shadow. That is what my guess is. But holy fuck, this is the most convoluted way of getting that across. Jesus Christ. Okay, so completely get rid of this. You don't need this. All of this information should just be in this fucking action. There is literally no reason for any of this information to be up here. And Lord help me, you better not write it out exactly like this. You gotta write it out in a way that is understandable and easier to read. That's the first thing. So just completely get rid of this. You don't need it. It should be part of the attack. The second thing, you don't need this. It should be part of the fucking attack. And you might be saying to yourself, oh, gee whiz, that's a lot. How could I fit these 2 paragraphs into one attack? And I would say 2 things. One, if you look through the monster manual, there are some monsters that have some massive attacks in terms of how much space it takes up. But I would say, as soon as you make this written in a reasonable amount of words and make this written in a reasonable amount of words, both of these will fit very clearly just into the attack. I think the idea of making the range of the Bright Bite related to the, or making the effects of the, and by the way, I'm 100% acknowledging I might be totally wrong about assuming what this feature does. I'm not reading it. I'm deciding it doesn't matter. I'm deciding that if you need to make this clear enough, you got to figure out how to get it in here. And I think that that's fine. I'm assuming that I'm right in what I assumed, but I might be wrong. So I apologize if I'm wrong. But I would probably write this feature something like this. Bright Bite reaches out and touches a creature's shadow within 5 feet of it. Period. I don't think you need to say the range of the shadow because, keep in mind, who is going to be using this monster? The Dungeon Master. It's fine. You can just decide. The creature must make a dexterity saving throw, and then I would just make it a flat DC. I probably would not make it a specific... I would not write it like this. And then I maybe in parentheses would write, the DC increases by 1 for each size category above medium the creature is, period. On a failed save, the creature's maximum hit points are reduced by 2d6 or whatever. The creature is unaware of this, even if it would... the creature is unaware of this effect, but I would maybe write something like, the creature is unaware of this effect, but with a investigation check of something or lower, they or an ally might notice that their shadow has diminished. Something like that. I think the idea is interesting. I think it's a really, really fun idea. I like the idea of a little monster that eats people's shadows and hides in the shadows and sort of dips in and out of light and dark. I like the idea of it as creatures not noticing their shadow is getting eaten until it's too late. I think that's very fun. But holy fuck, dude. I'm tired of giving you the same fucking feedback about sentence structure. And maybe I'm not giving it to you over and over again. I just feel like this feedback is feedback that I've given a lot. Like, I need you to start putting more time and effort into getting these things concise. Because at this point, dude, you have the skill to come up with some very good ideas. You have the experience to put those ideas to paper. That's not a muscle that you need to work out anymore. You're good. You have good ideas, and you know how to. You're not lacking for writing. You're writing. You're like making yourself write, which is good. And you have a lot of ideas, which is good. Now it's time to stop just making a bunch of half-polished ideas and start to make some very polished ideas, because it is something that you are definitely capable of. And if you feel like it is not within your wheelhouse if you feel like you're struggling with taking that step of like improving your writing and getting to that place, the things that we need to work on the most are often the things that are the hardest to do. And they are also often the things that we need the most advice and help on from others. So this sort of writing advice, the how do you take a 4-paragraph sentence and turn it into a 2-sentence thing, I'm not going to be able to do that with all of these pieces. It would take too much time. The way you do that is you share it with other people. You ask them to help you with the wording. Say, hey, how would I help? Could you help me with the wording of this feature? Or just put the whole fucking thing away for like a week and then pick it up later to look at it again. Because I'm telling you, man, this is like the second time that you had such a good idea that was completely hamstrung by the structure and the words and the sentence structure. So I want your ideas to be able to shine as bright as they are, you know? So that's my feedback. I think it's a cool idea for a monster. I think in its current iteration, it would be incredibly convoluted and hard to run. Not because it would actually be hard to run, but because it's like climbing. It's like a very steep climb to get to a level of understanding on what it does and how it functions. And I think that you are slightly overcomplicating Shadow Touch. I don't think it needs to be as divergent based on... I don't think it needs to be as divergent based on... the shadow, as you say. Like, I get it. It's a cool idea to make it like it's totally different based on the shadow, whether it's like it's automatic or there's a higher DC or the range is 5 feet or the range is 30 feet. Like, that's very cool, and I get it. But I don't think you need that mechanic to be as specific as you made it in order for it to feel like it is different depending on the creatures that are being affected by it. All right. Thank you very much for sharing. Let's give Hakase a round of applause. Devilman said, as a DM, this would be incredibly hard to run. My players would say what to half the stuff. I'd have to tell them or ask them. So, Devilman, I think that is a good point, which is one of the pieces of advice that I gave was that within the HP loss thing, there should be some sort of check that either the creature or other creatures can make to notice that something is happening. There is a monster that I love that Kobold Press made that I forget what it's called, but it essentially is a sound elemental. It turns into and the way that it works is it becomes like a song that you can't get out of your head, and it sits in your head as a song you can't get out of your head, and it sort of makes you always sort of start humming that tune, and it can do stuff from within your body, like it can have effects on the world outside of you, so it sort of gives you powers sometimes, but the way that you become aware of it is people making perception checks or investigation checks to notice, either you noticing about yourself from like a self-awareness perspective, or other creatures noticing like you just won't fucking stop humming that song. You know? But like those types of features are really important to have in the stat block for monsters that you want to have out-of-the-box solutions, because you don't want to assume that the Dungeon Master is going to figure out the out-of-the-box solution for the players, or that the players are going to figure it out for themselves. I don't feel like it's that complicated of an idea, Hakase. I think it's a pretty... I mean, unless I missed a big aspect of it, the way that I see it is it's sort of like a little swarm of things that eat shadows that you don't feel yourself dying because they're eating your shadow and not you. And I think that's really cool. Like, the idea, I don't think it's that complicated. I think depending on how you run it, you could make it really complicated, but I think the idea is pretty straightforward. I think you're underestimating it. Its sellability. I think it's complicated in the way that it's put together right now, but I think it's pretty straightforward. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the creatures that eat the books and people, like the tree mites that eat people in Doctor Who. There's a Doctor Who episode where they go to a library planet and everybody's gone, and there are these creatures that live in the books that eat anything in the shadows. Kind of reminds me of that. I thought the vibe was solid. Vibe was very cool. Yep. All right. Thank you for sharing, Hakase. The Vashta Narada. Thank you, Pretzel King. The king of the pretzels. You want to run a swarm of termites from Old Pink Panther where they devour anything in their path. Not sure how that would work for a stat block, though. I would make it like a siege monster, where they would have some sort of... They would deal double damage to objects and structures, and then maybe they would have a special move that would be like an action, where they could move half their full movement speed in a straight line, and any non-magical objects made of like wood they could just tunnel through. I might make it so there would be a limitation to how much they could tunnel through it if it was not wood. That's how I would do it. I think that could work pretty well. I think it could be pretty dang cool. Yeah, just eat like a 5-foot cube of something. Exactly. Yeah. But I was imagining they like charge forward eating and like leave a tunnel behind them. There's some monsters that already kind of do that. Ard snark. You could also give them an action where, like, they can, as an action, they can attempt to consume all non-magical objects that aren't being worn or carried in their space. Because if they're a swarm, they can be in the same space as other things. So you would sort of flavor it like they sort of move into the same space as a wagon, and then they use their action to like, and then the wagon is just gone. That could also work for like termite dudes. Ard snark. What you got for us today, buddy? Play as Diogenes. What is this? Or any grubby monk with tactical control abilities. Didn't I look at Way of the Wretched already? Didn't I look at something called Way of the Wretched already? Or is this something different? Chad, is this a new one, or is this just a coincidence that the name is the same? It's a Greek name? Ah, dang. I looked at something called Way of the Wretched before, but I don't think it was the same as this. It was a barbarian. Yeah, this feels different. I'm wondering what's going on with this having safety tools. This is going to be one of those things that I don't want to read because you picked something that's like taboo or kind of cringy. All right, let's see. Monks of the Way of the Wretched are extremists who seek enlightenment through impurity and rejection of modesty. They perform overt acts of self-debasement to wield unsettling power on the battlefield. This could be through mortifying foes with their repulsive presence or emboldening allies by freeing them from those base emotions of shame and disgust. A Way of the Wretched monk might be a shunned vagabond who finds solace amongst cemeteries, travelers. Oh, so it's the name. Oh, is it the fucking guy who was like, is it the guy who was like, Alexander was like, if I would not be Alexander, I would like to be this fucking guy. Is this who it's based off of? The guy who would just like sit in the street and chill with dogs? Yeah. He's the one that, like, Socrates or Plato was like, I have defined man. And then he, like, plucked a chicken and threw it at the table and was like, behold, man. And Alexander said, I'll give you anything you want. And he said, move a foot to the left because you're in my sun. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's see what we get at third level. We get idiosyncratic. At third level, your practices and mannerisms unsettle those around you. You gain proficiency in intimidation. In addition, you have advantage on insight checks made to determine a creature's cultural mores. Now, you might call me a dimble-domble, but I don't know what the fuck that means. So let's look it up. A cultural more is a norm or rule that is guided by standards of morality. I am going to tell you something here. I like learning new phrases quite a bit. I like when there are words that I don't know and I can look them up. I don't think that you should use this phrase here, because it's so important for understanding the mechanic that I think you should use something that is slightly more colloquial. And I might say something like the creature's like standards of living, or the creature's standard morality, or something like that. Or something like cultural mores might be the most accurate, but people should not have to look it up when they're reading a word that is like the most important word of when you can use a feature. Taboo. Taboo would be a better word. Yes, thank you, Dapper. I agree. Taboo. Let's take a look at Wretched Arts. I'm going to say something here. I don't feel like we should have proficiency in intimidation. I don't think that these guys are that intimidating. I just think they're kind of gross, but that's not intimidating. I don't know. Intimidation feels wrong to me here. I would drop intimidation. Cultural norms or values. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking cultural norms or values. This 100% does not feel like it should be a monk. What do you think? Well, let me see what happens with the Wretched Arts. I haven't even read that much of it yet. What do you think it should be? I feel like the reason for it to be a monk is a class that you don't need weapons or armor, so you don't need anything, you know? Yeah, survival might make more sense. I think the wisdom insight check to know if creatures think something is gross is fine. I don't think we need intimidation here. What are your thoughts on cursed subclasses that give you a detriment but are more powerful overall than other subclasses? I think that they 99% of the time, when they are dealing with their detriment, they feel underpowered in a way that is annoying for the dungeon master to have to deal with. And when they feel overpowered, it is annoying in a way for the dungeon master and then the players to have to deal with. I think it's bad design. I think giving something a big positive and a big negative works really well on magic items or on things that can be added or removed, but not on things that are just sat that you have to have. Yeah, there's no middle ground. And I mean, there's a perfect example of this in the game right now. And it's one of the first pieces of D&D 5e, and it's one of the least used ones. And it's the Battle Master, not the Battle Master, excuse me. The Berserker Barbarian is a perfect example of that. So the Berserker Barbarian gets an amazing feature with Frenzy, where they can get a whole other attack with a bonus action when they're raging, which is a lot for a barbarian because they're attacking with big weapons. They have brutal critical, they have reckless attack, they have extra rage damage. So all of that extra damage is a lot. Like, getting a single extra attack on a barbarian is a much bigger deal than getting a single extra attack as a fighter or a monk or a ranger or literally any other martial class. It is a bigger deal for barbarians. Now, how is it balanced out? It's balanced out by you getting a level of exhaustion. So it's something that is just better, balanced by something with a detriment. And it is also one of the least played subclasses in all of D&D. You know what I mean? No, it's not. This is Cinder. I'm going to be honest, guys. If I'm not allowed to talk with feelings without you guys thinking it's Smolder, I'm not going to let Smolder back. Smolder wears sunglasses. I don't. I am a fully fledged creature, and I am not Mr. Rogers. So I talk about things that I don't like. But yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, I just don't think it works that well. I think it's not the best to do that. Let's take a look at Wretched Arts. Starting when you choose this tradition at 3rd level, I think curses can work really well, though. I like them more as conditional things, whether they come from a spell or a magical effect or I don't know, like a magic item. Starting when you choose this tradition at 3rd level, you've adapted your key features to exploit moments of weakness in yourself and your enemies. Craven Step. If an attack from Flurry of Blows misses, you may activate Step of the Wind as part of the same bonus action at no extra key cost. Interesting. Foul Defense. While Patient Defense is active and a creature misses with a melee attack against you, you can use your reaction to make the creature step back 5 feet. This movement provokes opportunity attacks, which you can make as a part of the same reaction. And then we have Daunting Target. When you use Deflect Missiles, you inflict psychic damage equal to your martial arts die on the source of the attack. So, I think that there are some interesting things here. I think that all of these together is too much. You don't, let me just show you, let's pull up another monk that's like a very good monk. The Drunken Master is a very good monk. So the Drunken Master gets performance skill and brewery supplies. And then, When you use Flurry of Blows, you get Disengage, and you can move back 10 feet. So you're sort of doing that, but you kind of are basically... This sort of feels like it has 2.5 versions of what the Drunken Master gets. So we're getting, like, more... It's like we're just getting a little bit too much, I think. Yeah, it's just making all the monk features better, as opposed to making it feel like you're growing in a specific way. And I think it's just a little too much. I think you got to pick a lane. I would also say that Craven Step doesn't really sell the fiction of this thing at all. I also feel like Daunting Target doesn't really either. You could do choose one instead of getting all three. I think the problem is some of them are clearly better than others. Like, Craven Step is clearly the best. Like, no one will ever pick this one. Daunting Target is not good. Let's take a look at 6th level. Lurid Ritual. At 6th level, you've practiced a ritual of self-debasement that stirs the moral resolve of your surrounding enemies and allies. You can spend an action to create a 15-foot radius aura centered on yourself. The aura lasts for 1 minute, ending early if you move on your turn without first activating Step of the Wind. What a fucking convoluted way to start introducing a feature. Holy shit. As an action, you can make a 15-foot radius aura that lasts a minute, but it ends early if you move without using Step of the Wind. Oh, that's so annoying. I'm gonna be honest. Using this feature, choose one of the following. Sure, let's add more elements to it. Taboo Airs. Each creature of your choice that starts its turn within your aura has to make a wisdom saving throw against your key save or become frightened for the remainder of your lurid ritual. A frightened creature that moves beyond your aura's range can repeat the save. Immoral Center. At the start of each of your turns, you can grant temporary hit points to equal to your monk level to 3 creatures within your aura. Okay, this is so easy to solve. Chat, how do you fix this? I can tell you how to fix this in 2 seconds, but I'm curious if you know. There's a very easy fix to making this just work reasonably and not be nonsense. I'm going to be streaming for probably at least another hour or 2. I think you're halfway there, Jordan. I think you're halfway there. Make it weaker. Yeah. Making it weaker is a part of what I think we're going to need. I think the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to take Jordan's advice. This will make this feature require key points to use. That's the first one. The second thing that we're going to do is we're not going to make it an aura. We're just going to make it an instantaneous effect. As an action, you can make all creatures within 15 feet of you have to make a wisdom saving throw or be frightened for a short time, or you can grant up to 3 creatures within 15 feet of you temporary hit points equal to your monk level. Just make it that. There's genuinely no reason for this to be an aura, and everything about it being an aura is tedious and takes away from the quality of it. It doesn't need to be an aura. Unfortunately, it looks like you're really committed to the aura thing, so I think maybe my feedback is not going to be helpful for the rest of this, but I'm telling you right now from the bottom of my heart, this aura doesn't work. So even if you're like, man, I don't care, fuck you, then I'm telling you, fine, don't care, but then the rest of this doesn't work. It just doesn't need to be an aura. What does elaborating on you lurid ritual mean? Is that a thing I said out loud? If that's a phrase I said out loud, I might have been confusing. I just meant that it looks like the other features here just build off of lurid ritual, which I think fundamentally doesn't really work. It increases to 30 feet. Yeah, it's already too powerful. Even just with the increase, it's too powerful. Being able to potentially frighten all creatures within 30 feet of you is similar to, like, for example, some, like, I think there's a Barbarian 14th level feature that is their 14th level feature, just that. And it's not proficiency bonus times per long rest and a bunch of other things. It's literally just frighten creatures within 30 feet of you. I didn't say it, it's on the sheet. Yeah, so this is just, yeah, and then your AC just goes up. Yeah, this is genuine garbage. Get rid of this whole feature, genuine garbage. This is just numbers go up and makes the thing that was already slightly... This is just numbers go up in a way that's nothing. Numbers go up in a way that's nothing. And by nothing, I mean power without substance, which is not good. And then a thing that makes it a whole thing that was already overpowered. And then we get something else. And we can just triple our stun. Yeah, you completely drop the ball halfway through. I think there's some interesting ideas here. I like the vibe. I mean, people in chat were like, I don't understand why this is a monk. I get why this is a monk. Like, I think it makes a lot of sense. I think what you're doing, I think you are not doing a good job of conveying the fiction of this type of character. I think that lurid ritual conceptually is an interesting idea, but I think it really doesn't work. I think it works well if you make these instantaneous effects, not an aura. And I think that Wretched Arts feels like a lot of it feels off, but I think the idea is solid. I think you got to figure out how to sell the fiction of this. And honestly, I feel like you should be leaning more into the poisoned condition than the frightened condition. Or confusion type mechanics or things like that. Like, and all of these numbers go up thing, there's really no reason for any of that. And yeah, some of these features just feel like they don't make sense. Okay, those are my thoughts. I think it's an interesting idea. I think the mechanics feel like they're not quite up to the same par as the idea just yet. All right, that was Art Snark's Way of the Wretched Monk. What is a special action? Whenever you get something in D&D that's like a new move that you can get, a lot of times it's called a special action. That comes up often. Oh, thank you for the clap. That's not an unheard of thing. Yeah, it's around. Usually it's like here. I think some things will say like you get a special bite attack or you get a special spell attack. Maybe it's not a special action. Maybe it's like a special. I guess sometimes they are called a special. I don't really know. It's definitely something I've seen before. I can't think about where off the top of my head because every one I can think of is like a special bite attack or a special, more specific thing. But I think it's still a reasonable thing to write. Cavalier has one like that, maybe? Yeah, maybe. I mean, there's lots of things that get special attacks. I'm not sure how many get special actions, but I think that, again, I think it's totally fine. I don't think that's an unheard of thing to write or to say. Alrighty. Special reaction. Yeah, special reaction is another one. Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice. Beetle is the juice. Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice. Camunons. What did you send us today, good sir? Greetings, Cinder. This brew is based on a very specific reference. I wonder if you can catch it this time. I will almost certainly not catch it, but if I do, I will be very proud of myself. I'm not great. Oh, I think I will get this reference. This is a reference that I'm quite familiar with. This is Buttspot. Buttspot's in the chat right now, probably. It's CR0. 175 hit points. 12 AC. Very low AC for a robot, but that's fine. Small? That's a lot of hit points for a small dude. Let's see what it got. I'm assuming you don't know the challenge rating, which is why you put a 0 there. So that's going to have effect on all the numbers. So one of the ways that you can pick your challenge rating, in fact, I would say the best way to pick the challenge rating of the monster sometimes is what you want the numbers to be. So, like, it looks like this thing doesn't have... This thing has a saving throw, okay? So if you want its saving throw to be DC 12, for example, what is that based off of? It's bot mimicry, so maybe charisma? So if its charisma is 14, then it couldn't even have a proficiency bonus of +2. Because Because this, or I guess it would just have a proficiency bonus of +2, because that would make it 12. So I guess it does kind of work, but there's too many hit points. So you gotta lower these hit points, or you gotta raise this proficiency bonus up and get this up to like a 15 or something. Okay, let's see what it has. It's Buttbot's creature type is construct, but it counts as humanoid for the prerequisite or effect that requires it to be a humanoid. I would say I would list specifically spells or other effects. Prerequisite or effect is a fucking weird way of writing that. Usually it's spells or effects, or spells or abilities is the way that you would write the ability for it to impact things outside of itself, or vice versa. It doesn't need to sleep. It's immutable. It has advantage on stealth checks and can treat any roll of 9 or lower as a 10. If it hasn't moved or taken an action, it can take the hide action as a bonus action. This is a redundant feature. If it hasn't taken an action, why does it need to hide as a bonus action? It can just use its action to hide. This last part doesn't make any sense. Whenever it spends 1 round without moving, it becomes invisible until it moves again. I would say moves or attacks. When it's within 30 feet of a creature, it speaks out loud. It can use its reaction to repeat the same phrase, replacing every relevant word with but. All creatures within 30 feet have to make a wisdom saving throw on a failed save. They have disadvantage on ability checks for the next minute and treat any roll of a 16 or higher as a 15. On a successful save, the target gains advantage on ability checks. And this is overcomplicated for what you're trying to do here. I get. Okay, so let's talk about it from a vibe perspective. Vibe is funny. It has way too many hit points. I don't know why you decided it has 175 hit points. This thing should have 15 hit points. It should be tiny. Second of all, this is a cool feature, and it's a little bit frustrating that you went this really overcomplicated way of explaining how it does what it does at the end here. I don't think this is fun. I think they can't roll higher than a 15 would be annoying from a player perspective, not fun. I would just make them get a penalty and take some psychic damage and be done with it. I think you're overcomplicating this ending here quite a bit. Quite a bit. And those are my thoughts. It's kind of a fun idea, little cutie. I don't know what the fuck's going on with your hit points. It definitely is Buttbot. I don't know if this should make everybody have I sort of feel like this should also only affect one creature. Like, I feel like this should not affect everybody within 30 feet, because Buttbot generally doesn't annoy people unless they're being mimicked. So I feel like it should only bother the person who it's copying. Those are my thoughts. Thank you, Communes. Let's give them a round of applause. The Buttbot. Douche. Kabloosh. Oh man, I gotta be making Gen Con plans. People are asking me about Gen Con things. Whew. Anybody going to Gen Con this year? I'll be there. I'm not looking forward to it yet. I don't love cons. They are not my favorite. What's Gen Con? Gen Con is a very big gaming convention in Indianapolis in the US, and it is probably the biggest gaming convention for tabletop games and RPGs and TTRPGs and that sort of thing. Everybody who's everybody will be there. I went to my first convention this year, which was PAX Unplugged, and it was pretty good, but even that, it was a lot of stuff I didn't like. There's a lot of like weird trying to sell yourself, socializing, and not knowing like where you should go, and I don't know. I don't know how to do cons. I don't know how to do cons as a content creator. Anyway, I'll figure it out hopefully. Why not Gen Pro? Oh my god, that's a stupid joke. You'll be going to the D20 show in Madison Square Garden? Fuck yeah, dude, that's cool. I have a good friend who just went to see them live in, like, Glasgow or Edinburgh or one of those places somewhere in the UK. Ugh. Bagada bagada boo, bagada bagada bee, bagada bagada bye. Ba 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 booey. Hey, did you guys all watch my new YouTube video, by the way? Eve Reaper. You should all watch it after this if you haven't yet. I'll send it to you. I would like general feedback and potential ways to balance my piece. This is one of the first subclasses I've worked on in my 2 years of playing D&D, trying to include my love for anime. Oh boy. Whenever you see anime, you know you're going to get into some shenanigans. Anime generally doesn't translate well to D&D because people have a hard time of balancing things to be reasonable. Why is this 6 pages? That's insane. This doesn't need to be 6 pages. That's too many pages. All right, let's see what we're working with here. A solo leveling inspired subclass? Is solo leveling an anime? I don't know what that means. In a world shrouded in shadows and veiled in mystery, there exists those who have transcended mortality itself, drawn into a pact with the enigmatic Shadow Monarch. Okay, this sentence, and I mean this with all the kindness in the world, is a terrible sentence. Do you know what you should say instead of this sentence? You should say, these warlocks follow the enigmatic Shadow Monarch. Something like that. In a world shrouded in... shrouded? Okay, so this is what you're saying. I'm just going to reread... I'm going to reread this sentence, and I'm going to translate it, where I'm going to take every word, and I'm going to say the meaning of the word. And hopefully that'll help you understand why this sentence is garbage. In a mysterious world that's mysterious and mysterious and mysterious, there are people beyond mortality that have gone beyond mortality. And they've gone beyond mortality with the Shadow Monarch. That's what this sentence says. It's a lot of the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. These warlocks who tread the path of eternal darkness, don't write it in all caps if it's not the name of the thing. Granted a second life, a chance at life by their patrons unfathomable. This sentence doesn't have. These are warlocks. Man, why are you writing this way? Okay, here's what you're gonna do. I know why you're writing this way. You're writing this way because you're used to writing for college or for high school, and you've learned to write in such a way where words count matters. But what you have to start thinking about when you're writing for D&D is that word count matters the opposite. You need to use less words, not more. So let's use this sentence as an example. This sentence right here. These are warlocks who tread the path of eternal darkness, granted a second chance at life by their patron's unfathomable power. Why not just say, these warlocks tread the path of darkness, period? Or why not just say, these warlocks are granted a second chance at life? Or why not say, the Shadow Monarch grants these warlocks a second chance of life, period. Like, you don't need all these words. And you might be like, yeah, but you're losing a little bit there. But trust me, you need to lose a little bit. Emerging from the brink of death, like every one of these sentences, there's the fact that almost all of your sentences have comma breaks or multiple comma breaks is a red flag. Emerging from the brink of death, they are reborn with a newfound connection to the shadows. Again, you're just repeating yourself. You've basically said all of these ideas already. We already know that they come back from their like, we don't need this. We don't need this. This is a waste of a sentence. Okay, I'm going to maybe skip the rest of the flavor text if this sentence doesn't tell me anything about these warlocks. Because so far I've read a whole thing, and basically all it says is warlock worships shadow dude. These warlocks forsake arcane intricacies. I hate words that I can't pronounce sometimes. That's not a you thing. That's a me thing. These warlocks forsake arcane intricacies. What the fuck? Intricacies. Oh my god, my brain. Of spellcasting, instead of embracing the relentless strength and resilience bestowed upon them by their patron. But isn't that all warlocks? I don't know. Through their pact, they harness bold... Yeah, you're just repeating yourself, man. Like, this is nothing new. Through their pact, they harness what? Darkness? You mean like on the path of darkness that they tread? Or where they find a connection to the shadows? Or where they're veiled in shadow? Or where they're... Like, you're just repeating yourself. Okay, so we're going to skip the rest of the flavor text. It's very repetitive and does not do a good job of explaining what this thing is supposed to feel like. You're using too many words. You're using too many commas. You need to shorten your sentences. And once you say an idea, trust that the reader will know that idea and don't say it over again. Let's see what features we get. Longstrider, Bane, Pass Without a Trace, Phantasmal Force, Speak with the Dead, Non-Detection, Greater Invisibility, Death Ward, Telekinesis, Modify Memory. Let me just check something here. Is Pass Without a Trace second level? I guess it is. I thought it was third level for some reason. No, it's second level. That was just me being dumb. The spell list is a little all over the place. I don't really know what this thing is supposed to feel like. Like, I see Bane. I see a little bit here with, like, shadow stuff and undead. But Telekinesis and Modify Memory feel really out of left field, and these don't feel that new. Like, we already have 2 different undead warlocks that do shadowy things. We actually have 3 different warlocks that sit in the undead shadow space already. So I do feel like you need to be a little bit more focused with your vibe and with your spell list here, because the Hexblade Warlock gets a bunch of shadow shit, and then the Undead and the Undying Warlock both get a bunch of shadow undead stuff. So, like, we don't need that much more, you know? It's literally the MC power set as a spell list. I don't know what the MC power set is, so that means nothing to me. The spells in the spell list are specific character from a manga anime. Yeah, but as I say, if your thing is based off of something from fiction, it needs to be good regardless of that fiction. It needs to feel like it exists. Like, I should be able to feel the flavor of it. And if I can't feel the flavor of it, that's a problem. It might not be a problem for your home game, but it's a problem from a design perspective. Because it's just, yeah, it's not selling a fiction. It's just, like, it might be selling a very specific fiction to you, but that means nothing to me. The system. At first level, your patron grants you the ability to store items in an extra dimensional space. The extra dimensional space can hold up to 500 pounds, not exceeding a volume of 64 cubic feet. Retrieving an item from this space requires an action. So you just get a bag of holding? You can summon a Shadow Warrior. As an action, you can summon a Shadow Warrior in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of you. It lasts for a minute or until you use this feature again to create another Shadow Warrior, or it is defeated in battle. These summoned shadows have their own stat block, depending on the type of shadow you summon. This is too much for first level. Also, the Hexblade Warlock already gets this. The Hexblade Warlock can summon a guy. I don't know if we need to summon a guy. Feels like a lot to summon a guy at first level. I would argue feels like too much. Unless they really suck. No, they don't really suck. Nope, they hit really fucking hard, actually. And it doesn't even require you to do anything on your turn to wield them. They just work automatically. You don't even have to sacrifice a bonus action to make them attack. And you get more at higher levels. Okay, I think that you are underestimating the power of this feature. I think you are underestimating the power of this feature. They last a minute, and you can summon them proficiency bonus of times per long rest. Man, I'm going to be honest. I might be okay with this feature if it was the only thing we got and we didn't get the system, but because the system is also really fucking strong. It's lore accurate that it's OP, but that doesn't matter. That's not good. That's not good design. That's still shitty game design. Like, if the point is not to be, if the point is you want to make it lore accurate, then don't send it to me. It's not genuinely not worth me helping you because I don't care about the lore. I care about it working for the game. They aren't underestimating it. They just want to break the game. Yeah, well, this feature is very overpowered. At 6th level, your shadows gain the ability to level up. When you reach 6th level, all shadow, they gain regeneration. Yeah, man, this doesn't work. I don't even need to keep reading it. It's kind of overpowered if it's just this and never anything else other than this. Like, if your whole class was this, if the whole subclass was just this 6th level feature and just this 1st level feature, literally the whole subclass was just these two features, it would still potentially be a little overpowered. Potentially. Yeah, I think we're going to stop reading this here because everything just starts to go from overpowered to stupid overpowered. Now you're summoning undead. Now you're summoning monsters based on their CR as your minions. And now you're gaining bonuses to attack and damage rolls based on your numbers, which is stupid. This is just numbers go up. And now we can have an army. Yeah, this doesn't really work. Like, it might work for the it might work for the manga. The idea, I think here's what I think is worth trying to save from this idea. The ability to summon 1 to 3 ghostly soldiers that exist for a minute, I think is really cool. And I think there's probably a lot you could do with that. Literally everything else in this is broken and I would never allow in my game. And that's generally what happens when people try to turn manga into D&D. So what I would say is, whatever this character is, you have to remember that when you're trying to make them for D&D, you're not making the character... You're not making the D&D character so they work in the manga. You're making the manga character so they work in D&D, which means they have to be balanced for D&D. So there's going to be a lot of aspects to a character in fiction that might be a big part of their power, but have nothing to do with their stat block. It has to do with the way they roleplay. It has to do with how good they are at making choices. It has to do with like what magic items they have, what allies they have. So you have to keep that in mind. Like, what are the things that you need to put into your subclass that need to be the subclass, as opposed to them just being a part of the character that you like, that you want there? Because those parts don't need to be in the subclass. That they can just be in the vibes. But separate from that, you cannot ignore the fact that you're playing this with D&D stuff. So whatever your manga character would be in the real world, you have to think about not only what would the D&D translation of them be, but what would the level 1 character translation of them be? Like, maybe it's okay for them to feel like the manga character once you're at level 20 and then a little bit. But your version of a manga character is always going to be a slightly altered and slightly underpowered version of that character due to just the nature of how powerful these sorts of characters can get. So I think it's a fine idea to take inspiration from anime, but you have to remember what the goal is. And if the goal is to make it work in D&D, you have to make it work in D&D. Which means you have to build it for D&D more so than you have to build it for the anime. Yeah, based like what Hakase is saying. Maybe like you're not starting at level. You're not. If most anime characters would be level 20 plus characters. Yeah, you could also just reflavor a necromancer. Okay, those are my thoughts. I think it's a neat. I'm glad you're making stuff. I hope you keep making stuff, but you got to be power balancing, buddy. You got to be power balancing. And the ability to summon multiple creatures that just act freely, that don't require concentration, and that level up over time is insane. It's very powerful. People in the chat seem to believe that it was lore accurate to the anime. But again, that kind of means nothing in terms of making it actually work in D&D. The problem is that a lot of the abilities are also separate from the supposed shadow power, like him being fast and stuff has nothing to do with the shadow power. Yeah, that's another thing, is like your character is never going to be that character, because a character in fiction they come from many places. Like if you just isolate the shadow power and sort of simplify it, then maybe you could make part of that work for sure. You submitted a variant spell? Nice. Bagada 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 bagada. Ooh, gem. Gemma! Abstract Elemental number 2. A Whimsy Elemental. Oh, strange. Solo leveling, from what I know, seems like a DM has one player they want to make playable, so going the other way would suffer. Oh, if that was intended for like a one-player game, then maybe that would work. I just have no idea I never heard of solo leveling before. I assumed that was the name of the anime that the piece was based off of. But I could have been wrong. I've been wrong before. Whimsy Elemental. Whimsy Elementals are the embodiment of capricious thoughts. Often taking the form of small animals, these strange creatures act entirely on instinct and emotion. Much of their time is spent playing tricks on unsuspecting victims. As often as not, the pranks go uncompleted, as the elemental grows bored of whatever they are doing and moves on without warning. It isn't known exactly how these elementals come to exist, and the theories posited by various cultures are as varied and odd as the creatures themselves. The last sentence is a little bit blegal. Like, I don't think you need to sort of say, you're doing that thing that I was just giving the last person a hard time about. You're repeating yourself. You're basically like, no one knows exactly where they come from, and no one knows exactly where they come from. But everything else seems nice and good. The thing that I like here, and I do want to point out, is that you're getting a lot done very quickly. So for anybody that's like trying to write flavor text, this is a good example. This is our hook sentence. This sentence is supposed to make me, as the reader, want to keep reading. That's the point of this sentence. Whimsy elementals are the embodiment of capricious thoughts. The other thing that it does is it tells me everything I need to know about the vibe of these monsters immediately. So I get the vibe, and it's a hook. Then, it tells us about the monsters, both physically, right, and emotionally. So now I know their vibe, I know what they look like, and I know what their emotions are like. And then I learn what they do. And we spend more time talking about what they do than anything else. So now I've read 4 sentences, and I know what they look like, I know their vibe, I know their emotions, I know their goals, and I kind of know their weaknesses too. I know all of that. So when I was yelling at everyone earlier about not wasting words and like being repetitive with their flavor text, this is the kind of flavor text that I think you should all be aspiring to make, where you are really just, the information that's there is the information that needs to be there, and every piece of information logically leads to the next, and nothing feels like you're stepping on your toes. And you were doing that a little bit at the end here. You know, obviously nothing's perfect, everyone has room to grow, but very solid flavor text. And anybody that's trying to write flavor text at home, this is a good example of flavor text. I would like to know theories about their origin in the flavor text. Yeah, you could include some theories, but I also think if the origin that you want them to have is that it's it's a mysterious origin, or everyone has their own theory for where it comes from, I think that is a reasonable one to have also. I don't like, that is an origin, right? It's not a clear origin, but it is a specific, it is still giving the dungeon master a tool to use. Okay, let's see. They're CR9. 13 AC, 82 hit points. A little bit soft. Very deceptive, very stealthy. Dark vision, resistance. No energy resistances at all. Interesting. And they're immune to grappled, paralyzed, petrified, but not stunned. Why all of these but not stunned? I'm always curious why people pick which condition immunities they pick. It's an elemental, right? Yeah. Okay. Suspension of disbelief. Creatures put up all of these words, all of these phrases, put a period after them. You see how I did that here? See how I put a period here? Do that here too. It makes it look nicer. Suspension of disbelief. Creatures within 120 feet of the elemental have disadvantage on ability checks and saving throws to discern illusions. I love that. Simple, fun, powerful, flavorful, nice. Innate spellcasting. Oh, there, I see that. They're a spellcaster. That's where they're so squishy. Minor illusion, silent image, charm person, invisibility, Nather's mischief and suggestion, hypnotic pattern, enemies abound, major image, hallucinatory terrain, modify memory, mislead seeming. I might... Oh, wait, never mind. I was going to say, my mind's to mush. I thought they didn't have attacks. I was like, if they don't have attacks, you should do more damage spells. But I'm being stupid. Spell list is good. Oops, spell list is good. Spell list is good. I like it. I wonder if it should be immune to psychic. Yeah, that could make sense. I could see that making sense. Let's see what actions it has. It makes 2 idiosyncratic shard attacks. Oh, these are complicated. This is similar to Hakase's piece earlier, when I talked about how you want all of those extra bullshit things to be in the attack. See, there's a lot of things in an attack, but it still doesn't feel overwhelming because of the way that it's structured. 1 target, piercing damage plus radiant damage. Radiant damage. All right. On a hit, the target has to make a saving throw or be subjected to one of the following effects. I feel like the DC might be a little high. I feel like 17 is a little high for CR9. Maybe I'm misremembering. For some reason, I feel like that's a little high, but I accept. On a hit, the target has to make a saving throw or be subjected to one of the following effects until the beginning of its next turn. Who's choosing the effect? I'm assuming the creature is, but I don't know if you need that language in there. I guess you don't. The target emits multicolored light from all over their body. Attack rolls against them have advantage, and any creature that starts their turn within 15 feet of them regains their lowest level expended spell slot. Whoa! That's interesting. Soapy suds fill the target's mouth. It is unable to say any word. It would consider to be vulgar language, and it cannot cast spells that require verbal components. I don't think the joke lands on this one because it's not a politeness fairy. Why is it washing people's mouth out with soap? That doesn't make sense. It is turned into a tiny creature of its choice as if under the effects of polymorph. The target develops strange malady, causing it to erupt into hives. The hives are home to large bees. Well, this is gross. Who are angry at the target for disturbing their sleep. They must use their entire movement on their turn where they run from the bees. I'm going to be honest, man. None of these make any fucking sense. Why are any of these on this monster? I think there's an argument for almost all of them if this is like a goofy fae creature, but it's a whimsy elemental. None of these feel like whimsy. I think you need to figure out how to make these options feel like whimsy. Yeah, but they're not good. But that's the point, Matt. It's like that's exactly it. They're not puns. They're just puns. That's literally all they are. They add nothing to the fiction of this at all. In fact, I would argue they take away from it pretty substantially. So, a clever wordplay is only good if it uplifts the piece. If it doesn't uplift the piece, it's just as bad wordplay. Whimsy is a somewhat subjective term, sure, but I don't know, man. It just feels like it doesn't, like none of these make sense. None of these make sense. Whimsy is like an emotional state, you know? I don't know. I think the idea is cool. I absolutely love it up until you get to these features, and then I think it completely falls apart. I think this creature works much better if you never use these features and you use the spellcasting stuff and come up with something completely different here, or just don't use this part. And maybe that's it. Maybe whimsy is a little too subjective, and maybe you need to be a little bit more specific in this flavor text to guide us to these features making sense, because there's nothing leading up to like any of this stuff that makes any sense to me. Those are my thoughts. I think it's a cool idea. I think you mostly it's fun. I think the actions don't work. I mean, from a balance perspective, they're kind of fine, but I think that from a perspective of the monster, they don't make any sense. All right, that is Gem. Let's share with Gem. All right, thank you, Gem. Thank you, thank you. I'm all for puns. Puns are great. Wordplay is great. But you know what? It can't be a crutch you use to get by. Use it to uplift something that's already awesome. But if you use it as a crutch, I don't think Jem was using it as a crutch, but I think that if you decide this is fine to include because it's a funny pun, I am going to be critical of that. But again, Data, I don't think that's whimsical at all. Like, the idea of Soapy Suds making somebody, like, not be able to curse, that doesn't sound like whimsy. If anything, that sounds like the opposite of whimsy. That sounds more like punishment, or like censorship, or like whimsy is very open-ended, and up, that's like shutting down. Yeah, this is just an open wheel. What are your thoughts on Bag of Rats abilities in official subclasses like the Phantom Rogue's Whale from the Grave? Do you think they're balanced? I don't worry about Bag of Rats stuff because I just don't let my players do it. I genuinely think that the way to solve the Bag of Rats problem is to act like fucking adults and to look at each other and to say, we know this is not the way this feature is intended, and so we will not take advantage of it because it's stupid to assume that that's what it's intended to be used for. Maybe it's not stupid to assume that, but it is willfully ignorant in a way that I have no patience for. Like, I don't want to, genuinely. So the bag of rats problem, I'll show you what the bag of rats problem is. So let's take a look at, what examples did they say? Okay, I mean, we could do, I could just do, you said the Phantom Rogue? We could look at Phantom Rogue, but I was going to just look at the Fiend Warlock. Fiend Warlock, when you reduce a hostile creature to 0 hit points, you gain temporary hit points equal to your charisma modifier plus your warlock level. So, let's say I have a bag full of rats in-game. Each rat has 1 hit point. If I shake the bag a little bit, they definitely become hostile. I shoot an Eldritch Blast into the bag. I kill a rat. I just have temporary hit points forever. That's not really what this is intended to be used for. So, bag of rats, and there's lots of magic items or features or abilities that people try to come up with workarounds for, because the idea of a bag of rats, a ability to very quickly down a bunch of creatures, can ruin a mechanic. But I feel like the more important thing there is to look to the intention. And I think that we want to balance features as much as we possibly can for stuff that we want to publish, stuff that we want to put into the public. So we should try to design things to avoid bag of rats. And I think that Dark One's Blessing does just about as close as you can get to having a bag of rats feature with a little bit of it. And the little bit that they have here is the hostile. Whenever you reduce a hostile creature, because I think there's an argument to be made to bag of rats aren't hostile, they're just fucking terrified. So you could make an argument that you have to be in combat with a creature, sort of, for hostile to make sense. So it couldn't just be any random fuck. That being said, there's a lot of different ways to deal with bag of rats. There's not a right or wrong way to deal with the bag of rats problem. In your writing, it is something to be... In your writing, the bag of rats problem is important to keep in mind, but in my home games, it's just about willful ignorance or not. Like, the intention of it is not to work this way. So if you ignore that intention, you are being willfully ignorant to take advantage, and I probably just don't want to play D&D with you. So that's how I deal with it in my home games. In my home games, it's like, no, temporary hit points don't stack, but you would still have them up for every instant. Like, you would never enter an encounter and not have these temporary hit points. That's the issue. That's the issue here. It's not a huge issue, but that's where it would be an issue here. But yeah, I just feel like the bag of rats thing is a situation of where did my wheel go? I feel like the bag of rats thing is a situation of willful ignorance more than anything else. We should keep the bag of rats being necessary. I think killing a rat before a dungeon is fine. It's more of a problem with Phantom because it's for every skill check. I think in general, I think it's just a bad idea. If you're fine with it, that's fine. But I think it's one of those situations where it's like the peasant railgun, where it's like the way this game is expressed mechanically is not perfect, and there are plenty of things that you could include in the game that don't interact well with the game design based on the fundamental building blocks of the game. And to me, it's one of those situations where it's like, it's not even a strategy. It just feels like it's sort of just taking advantage of a game system in a way that I just get annoyed with. Yeah, we just finished talking about your piece. In fact, we're going to give you a round of applause right now. No, it's not a huge problem. It can be a problem, though, but it's definitely worth thinking about. But I think for how you run it at the table, it doesn't need to be a problem. It can just be like a don't fuck around. You know what we're doing here. Don't be annoying. Whether or not the peasant railgun actually follows the rules of the game or not, it's... The point of the example is that it's about trying to use the game, trying to use word, like letter of the law game mechanics to express an idea that they're very clearly not intended to. 'Cause, Boopatika. Beep bop boop boop beep boop 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 beep boop bop boop bop beep boop bop boop beep boop bop boop bop boop bop boop beep boop bop beep boop boop bop boop boop beep boop boop bop boop boop beep boop bop boop beep boop. Delta V heavy. Guys, I'm gonna be honest. I think I might go back to just streaming on YouTube. I might stream on Twitch when I play video games, but I'm gonna pull I'll pull back from the curtain for a little bit. When I went back to streaming on YouTube and Twitch 2 months ago, these 2 months have been the least money I've made on YouTube in a year, or either YouTube or Twitch in a year. I've made less money this month and last month than I made in a year. Like barely made any money these past 2 months. And I actually I don't know how much it has to do with being on YouTube versus being on Twitch, but I do know that when I was just on Twitch or just on YouTube, I was making survivable income. And if I make the same amount of money this month, or like if I keep making the same amount of money that I made this month and last month, it's not survivable income. So I'm gonna probably switch back to just being on YouTube, or maybe just going back and forth doing some streams on YouTube and some streams on Twitch. Probably. Boop. There are simply no rules about a projectile moving at X speed should deal Y damage. Yeah. D&D is not designed in that way, yeah. Will subscribers lose their perks? No, not necessarily. If you say, I'll keep, the Discord is still set up in the same way. So if you prefer to be a Twitch subscriber than a YouTube member, you still have access to all the member sections of the Discord and stuff. But I'll probably just do the streams on YouTube. But again, I'm not 100% sure yet. I want to get to the official end. These past 2 months were the experiment. So my contract ended in January or February. So March and April were like my test months. And then and we're getting to the end of it. And the test is, I've learned that the strategy was not working. The dual streaming, no bueno for making survivable living. A feat for little guys. Just wanted to do something that would make the friends cantrip more useful. But maybe that was the flawed premise, and this is broken in some way I can't see. The thing is, it's a cantrip, so you don't need it to be crazy strong. I'm curious to see what you change. Ugh, excuse me. Is this a feat? Sorry. It's a feat. I was part of the a accelerator program on Twitch for 3 months, which meant I could only stream on Twitch for 3 months. And then when that ended, I went back to streaming on Twitch and YouTube, and my money went It wasn't really like an official contract in the same way that like big streamers get. It was like you get a account manager and you get a little bit like bonus money on top of the money you get from subs. But it wasn't like I wasn't raking in the Benjamins. I'm still grocery shopping for beans. How do you feel about the design of official D&D racial feats? I think it depends. I think they're mostly fine. I like the idea of racial feats. Some of like my favorite stuff to homebrew. I think that very specific focused homebrew space is a really fun space to play in, and I think it helps you sell certain fictions of characters. And I also think it gives you a lot of room. Like sometimes feats are one of those things where it's like you feel like they have to be sort of open-ended enough to kind of work for anybody, even though you want them to be specific. And if you make a racial feat, you can make them really specific in a way that you don't have to worry about them being open-ended to work with everybody, and that can be a lot of fun. So I don't know if I love them as a dungeon master, but I do really enjoy the process of writing them, like writing homebrew for them. Hey, man. Oh, no, dude, I know nothing's wrong with Beans and Robin. I made this. This is a choice I made. Listen, I had a job. I used to work for a company called WeWork, which is like a big shitty communal workspace company, and I did community management for them for one of their larger locations. And I left because I sort of decided I had a choice, which was I could continue to sacrifice my soul for a paycheck, or I could sacrifice my paycheck for my soul, and that's what I did. Who the fuck eats beans with their ramen? Well, not usually at the same time. But you can put all sorts of stuff in ramen to make it extra good. Dude, that's the trick to eating ramen. The trick to eating ramen is putting stuff in it. Put some veggies in it and an egg, and it's like a fancy real meal. Okay, cuteness of the small. Let's not talk about my deeply uninteresting and a little bit sad groceries. Okay, cuteness of the small. Your diminutive size and endearing demeanor make you uncommonly adorable. Big folk can't seem to help talking in high-pitched voices when you're around. Your visage exudes innocence and charm, and you know how to use this fact to your advantage. Okay, you're getting a little bit repetitive here by the end, but the bounce and cadence of these sentences is good enough that it's kind of fine, but you are getting a little repetitive here at the end. Your charisma increases, puppy dog eyes. You know the friends cantrip. When you cast it using this trait, the target is a medium-sized creature that you can see. You gain the following benefits. You can cast this spell using only the somatic components. When the spell's effect ends, the target does not automatically become hostile to you. When the effect ends, the target can use an action to make a wisdom insight check to determine why it behaved the way it did. While under the influence of the spell, the DC is 10 plus your charisma modifier. On a success, the target knows that you've used magic to influence his mood. Whether or not the target chooses to make this check depends on the nature of the target. Okay, here's what I would say. I think that you okay, I'm going to say two things. One, I think that you are correct in that you made it, you overdid it. So I'm going to make two suggestions. The first suggestion I'm going to make is how you could balance it as written. The way that I would balance it as written is I would not make you secretly casting friends, because friends is already kind of a secret spell. So I would drop this part. But what I would say is I would say when the effect ends, instead of the target not automatically knowing the hostile, here's what I would say. When the effect ends, the target can make a wisdom insight check contested by 10 plus your charisma modifier. On a success, they know that you used magic to influence them. On a failure, they do not. So essentially, they become automatically, there's like not a 50% chance, but drop this whole element and just make it so instead of them automatically becoming hostile towards you, it's a saving throw. And then I think it would be reasonable. That being said, I feel like you have a really fun idea for a feat, and I feel like the friends cantrip is like the worst way to convey it. Like, genuinely, I think that you may have started this as trying to make a way for the friends cantrip to be better, but this feat is not the right answer for it. Like, the feat of being a cute little guy is fun. The friends cantrip doesn't work for that. I mean, I guess it does, but it works for that in theory, you don't need a key to get through a door if you have a hammer. Like, just because it solves the problem doesn't mean it's, I think, the best way to make this thing be itself. I would lean more into just passive benefits to charisma or wisdom-based checks based on creature sizes. When making persuasion or deception checks against creatures that are one size larger than you or larger, and while using your cuteness, creatures have disadvantage on insight checks, or you have advantage on those checks, or like something like that. I think would make so much more sense than the friends cantrip here. The friends cantrip here, I feel like, does not. It's funny because the solution of the friends cantrip could work, but this is not a good feat. This is not a feat. Get rid of the friends cantrip element and come up with something new to introduce the mechanics there, and I think this could be a really good feat. I think it's a really fun idea, but I think the friends cantrip just doesn't work with the fiction, like, at all. You know? Because you're already making excuses to make it feel less magical. Like, that's what you're doing here. Because you know that it doesn't need to be magical. Because it shouldn't, right? It should just be like people going like, ooh. So, I think I would lean into it not needing magic to be a part of it. All right. Thank you, Delta. Thank you for sharing. Let's give Delta a round of applause. You went back to the VOD. Thank you for the feedback. You're welcome. You're welcome for the feedback. Very welcome. You could probably just implement improvement for the French in your home game. That's true. That's true. Maybe it could scale in the way that other cantrips scale. That's not a bad solution. That's a fun game to play. Maybe that would be a fun thing. Maybe that's what. No, it's too late for tomorrow. Maybe next week we'll do that. We'll do a show where the homebrew is to take a cantrip that doesn't deal damage and create ways for it to scale in the same way that damage dealing cantrips scale. That could be really fun. We haven't done that yet. Have we done that? You hate cantrip scaling? Well, you can go fuck yourself, Data. We don't agree on everything. It's fine. Sometimes Data, I'm like, why doesn't Data agree with me on this? And sometimes I don't care. But I will say, and this is going to sound really mean, and I really don't mean it to sound mean. I like when I read your homebrew and you have really dumb mistakes, because it reminds me that you're just a guy. Is that bad? It's like, he's just arrogant. I love you for it. But it helps me remember he's just a fucking guy. You did it as a competition that never happened? Ah, classic. Classic Cinder. I think of all the streamers out there, I'm pretty fucking good at keeping up with things that I say I'm going to do. The amount of times that streamers say they're going to do a thing and don't do it is so common that the bar is low enough that I feel like I'm pretty consistent compared to most streamers in terms of my follow through. There was a document that somebody put out maybe like 5 or 6 years ago that had scaling cantrips that were non-damage related, and I thought it was incredibly good. I liked it a lot. You were talking about good, bad writers, and my immediate thought was I'm a great writer. Yeah, that's what I mean. You're fucking arrogant. You're an arrogant piece of shit. And I love you for it, but there's no denying that you're an arrogant piece of shit. If anybody hears about good and bad writers and their first thought is, I'm a great writer, that's genuine arrogance. And listen, you can't fault somebody for that, though. You really can't. Because the truth of the matter is, in order to succeed in, like, art or, like, creative endeavors or content creation, you kind of do need to be arrogant. You just need to be able to back it up. And you need to be arrogant in kind ways. Like, you want to be arrogant in a way that you're self-assured. You don't want to be arrogant in a way that you're an asshole or you're pushy. Do you know what I mean? Beep boop bop boop 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 beep boop bop. That's the other thing, is if you're too arrogant, you just don't improve. That's the real issue. Is that as soon as you know you're a great writer, everyone that knows they're a shitty writer is going to be much better than you in a week or two if they're putting work in. Or maybe not a week or two, but a couple months. As soon as you know you're great, you stop improving and you slow down, and everyone else keeps pace. It's sort of like learning languages. I don't know how familiar you guys are with other languages or people that speak multiple languages, but generally speaking, when somebody says with a lot of confidence that they are fluent in another language, they probably are less fluent than the person who says, I know a little. Because the person who says, I know a little, knows enough about the language to understand it that they don't actually know that much of it. Crippling self-doubt is not a... listen, if you have enough self-doubt mixed in with the arrogance, then you're in a good spot. Dice Admiral. Dice Admiral. Oh my god. I've been very sloppy with my words tonight. I did not sleep well last night. And when I don't sleep well, the speech impediment gets worse. Probably my first ever homebrew that I've used. Oh, interesting. I made this to solve a problem for a player. He's a fighter who was tired of dropping weapons to switch from sword to bow. He didn't even realize that it's homebrew. It's been working in my game for 4 years now, but it could use a polish pass. You know what, Dice? I'll tell you what. Depending on how complicated it is, it might not need a polish pass. Small, simple pieces of brew sometimes are just done, which is crazy. Because we don't often ever think of a thing as done. But the truth is, a thing can be done. Shout out to that one guy who's told me to stop burping into the microphone. Do you know, Data? See, this is... Okay, now here's where I think you and I have the same arrogance. Did you know that ever since then... I've only made a couple YouTube videos since then. But every YouTube video I've made since then, I've made sure it has at least one burp in it. For that very reason. Because I can't plan burping on stream. But I can plan burping for, like, editing a video together. And that comes from, like, arrogance about... That's like, fuck you arrogance to that guy. And I think that you and I probably agree very much on arrogance from, like, vitriol. Dark arrogance. Because it's funny to fuck with people. Especially when they're annoying. Gripshard, thank you for the resub. What's the best way to approach a new DM about adding a homebrew class to his campaign? Did you write it? I would not. I'll tell you what. The only way that I would ever feel comfortable putting a class that I wrote into another Dungeon Master's campaign would be if I approached them and said, hey, I'm writing a new class. I need to play test it. Can I try it in your campaign? And then we can adjust it as we go to make sure that we're figuring out the power balance. We start looking for where it's too strong and where it's too weak and balancing it. That's the only time I would be comfortable asking a Dungeon Master to include a homebrew a class that I made in a campaign. Or if they were like my longtime Dungeon Master. But if they're a new Dungeon Master of mine, or a new Dungeon Master in general, I would not do that. I would just not worry about giving them that burden. Burping in the videos like that guy at the tavern dispensing wisdom between drinks. Yeah. So I posted a new video today on my channel. Here. I think I should... I think I made like a billion announcements about it. But I posted a new video on my channel today. This one. You guys should all watch it if you want to later. But at the very end of the video... during the credits... I kept in a scene that I filmed when I was really drunk. And I had this idea. I came home from a party, and I was super drunk, and I was like, I need to film this little bit more of the video. What if I just do it drunk? So I tried filming it drunk. So I filmed the whole intro drunk, and then I made that video, and I got a lot of feedback being like, this is not a good intro, Cinder. Like, this doesn't work, man. You have to, like, make an intro that's not that. I was like, okay. So I refilmed the intro, but I took a clip from that drunken speech and I put it at the end of the video. But I still have the video with the whole speech, and I'm going to share that tomorrow for my YouTube members and for my patrons. So if you are a member on YouTube at any tier or a member on Patreon at any tier, if you want to watch me do a very shitty 3-minute drunken speech about how to reflavor Fireball, you could check it out. I can't promise it's going to be good, but It's something. All right, let's take a look at Ring of Exchange. Sorry, dice. You got caught in the distraction hole there. A delicate silver ring made of two interwoven bands, both inscribed in Elvish. One band bears the words one thing, the other reads another. Very nice, very cute. The art is a little confusing. I guess these are the two rings, and then they're sort of floating towards a dagger and like a turkey leg or a potion. Sorry, I think it's a potion. That's definitely not a turkey leg. Sorry. That was me just being mean. I feel like only one should be inscribed in Elvish. Why? As a bonus action on your turn, you can speak the command phrase to activate the ring. Is it one ring or is it two? Oh, it's one ring. I thought it was two. Then never mind. I don't disagree as much, Data. I still wonder why you feel the way, but I don't feel like that's an irrational thought because I thought it was two rings and I was like, no, they should both say something on them. As a bonus action on your turn, you can speak the command phrase to activate the ring. When activated, a small or smaller item of your choice held in your hand trades places with one stored in an extra-dimensional space bound in the ring. The exchange fails if you're not holding an item, if the item you're holding weighs more than 20 pounds, contains an extra-dimensional space, or if you have... Okay, so here's the thought. Mechanically, it's fine. What you have to clean up here is the order of operations. So the first thing that you need to tell us, think about it like this. We were talking about Hakase's piece earlier and giving information. You're telling us what we're doing with our bonus action, and what we're doing with our bonus action is teleporting an object into a hidden place, but we didn't even know about the hidden place yet. So you got to start with the hidden place. So you have to say something like, after attuning to this ring, you learn that it holds within it an extra-dimensional space. Period. While wearing the, when attuned, actually, I would actually just say, this ring, I would say, attuning to this ring gives you access to an extra-dimensional space. Period. On your turn, as a bonus action on your turn, you can speak the command word of you can speak a command phrase to swap any item you are holding with an item placed inside the extra-dimensional bag. Period. And then, and then at the bottom, I would say something like, while holding an item that isn't being, or while holding an item that something, you can use your action to have that item disappear into the bag. And that would pretty much just be it. I think it's just giving us the information about the dimensional space first and getting the language a little bit cleaner around the swapping of items. There's a couple other things here, though, that I'm curious about. And when you unattune to the ring, what happens to the items inside it? Do they spill out? Do they stay inside it? I think that's a little bit of a thing to think about. I see the ring was created with an item inside it, but can never be empty, and that's fine. But I'm curious, how much can it hold? Can it only hold one atom at a time? Is it like a bag of holding that you can put stuff in, or is it like always a switching one thing out for one thing? I would also, if the ring starts with an item inside it, I would say what the item is that's inside it. Or give us a little table. But I think it's a cool idea for an item. It's always a swap. If it's always a swap, then I think that needs to be a little bit more clear in the way this thing is written. And I would probably make sure that there's a little bit more emphasis put on it comes with an item inside of it and what that item could be. And I would spend more time making sure it's very clear in the language that it's always switching the item for your hand for one thing in the interdimensional space, and the interdimensional space can only ever hold one thing. But I think it's a very, very cool idea for an item. Very cool idea for an item. Super fun. And I think that you don't even need to change the mechanics basically at all. You just need to clean up the wording a little bit. But overall, very fun, very cool. Yeah, people in the chat are saying they would use something like this in their campaign. I agree. It could work very well, be a lot of fun. I like it. I don't even think, I actually, honestly, dude, I think if you go through this thing with fresh eyes, you're going to make all the changes you need to make with it. Without my feedback, honestly. Because it's fairly simple simplification. I believe in you. All right. Round of applause for Dice. Why do these things always have English? Hakase, man, I got no idea, buddy. Because elvish stuff is always... Because elves are magical craftsmen. You know, there's less demonic craftsmen. If all of your craftsmen speak elvish, a lot of your crafts are going to have elvish written on them. Ugh, you know? Now make it gobbledygook. Gobbledygook. Where's yours? It's probably on the wheel somewhere. There it is here. You thought dwarves were craftsmen? They're different sorts of craftsmen. You know, artificers are craftsmen. Gnomes are craftsmen. Diana! How's it going, you sensual Tyrannosaurus? What'd you do on stream today, my darling? How are you? We are doing... Hi, first of all, we'll just do this. Hi, how's it going? My name's CinderBlocksally. If you don't know who I am, I'm CinderBlocksally. Today, on stream, I am reviewing your D&D homebrew. Excuse me. Also, because all of you are here, I made a really fucking badass YouTube video all about reflavoring characters, and it's super funny and awesome, and you guys should all go watch it. What did you do on stream today, Diana? Anyway, today what we're doing is we're reviewing D&D homebrew. If you have some D&D homebrew you want to send in to get reviewed, you totally can. You made partner? Fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah. You know what's so funny? Diana, you and I had very different trajectories post the acceleration program. Unless you're still in it, but I'm not still in it anymore. But I feel like you kept going up, and my numbers on Twitch shot down hard. I'm actually thinking about leaving Twitch and going back to YouTube entirely. I know, no, don't worry. I know I'm still on the tube, but I just acknowledge that I think that splitting my audiences is not helping. I disagree. I don't think it's helping. I think it dilutes the energy. Which is weird, but I do think that's the case. We're going to see. We'll see. I've been doing an experiment, and I made less money, significantly less money, streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time than I did streaming on just Twitch or just YouTube. I don't know why. Anyway, we're reviewing D&D Homebrew. We're not here to talk about my fucking numbers. I'm sorry. What did you do on stream? Did I miss you telling... Did I just miss you saying it? Were you hanging? Were you just living your life? No, you're just being nice to me. You played Darkness at the Brink of Ohio? What the fuck is Darkness at the Brink of Ohio? Is it this? Is it a video game? What is it? It's an RPG? Is it like a one-player RPG, or is it like a tabletop game? Seems cool. Seems very cool, very cool, very cool. Analog horror RPG. Oh, sick. Very nice. Diana, I meant to hit you up the other day, but I forgot to. I mentioned to you wanting to do like a weird little game show thing, and I think I'm going to start trying to put that together in the next couple weeks, so we should chit-chat about that. You love when we talk business on stream? Business. Mr. Business. Mr. Business. Okay. The reason, do you know why I thought, okay, so I'm going to do a show at some point in the future where I have streamers on and they have to do competitive PowerPoint presentations. And the reason why I thought of you, Diana, was because I genuinely, and I don't know this, but I do know this, that you are going to put together a ridiculous PowerPoint presentation. I have such confidence in your ability to put together a PowerPoint presentation, and I acknowledge that I have no rational reason for that. It's just a thing that I believe in my brain. Look, the last thing in the world that we want to do is judge people. Do you know what I mean? Judging someone is not great. And I acknowledge that I'm a judgmental guy. Half of what I do is judge stuff. I'm trying to be less judgmental. But when it comes to judging you, as somebody that can make PowerPoints, I'm judgmental as fuck. And the judgment is good. We're going to look at a piece of homebrew from Nesnar the Spider. Yeah, Diana was definitely the type of student who made their PowerPoint super interactive. I was the type of student that included as much weird meme art in my PowerPoint as I could. So when I made PowerPoints, like the actual presentation part was always very lackluster, but the transitions always included lots of very stupid and silly pictures. My teachers loved it. They thought I was the coolest guy. They were like, Cinder, how'd you get so cool? And I was like, you don't even know. This is meant to be a sorcerer subclass descended from barbarians. Okay. So, if this is a sorcerer that is intended to feel like a barbarian, chat, what does that mean? What does this need to do? What does this need to do? There is something very important that you have to do. Whenever you build a subclass for one class, and the goal of that is to tie it into another class, there is something incredibly important you need to do. Can anybody tell me what they think it is? I see Rage. I see Melee Sorcerer. I see Make a Second Attack. These are all great options. Make it different than Blade Singer. Okay. Thank you, Sean. Sean, yes. Be distinct. So if I want to make a Sorcerer that is inspired by a Barbarian, what's very important is that it has features that make it feel like a Barbarian, but that are not Barbarian features. If I could accomplish the goal of this by being a barbarian and being a sorcerer, then this subclass fails. In order for this subclass to survive in a way that is working, the goal needs to be that it doesn't make us feel like a barbarian in a way that any other thing can. It has to feel like this is not just a barbarian sorcerer. This is a sorcerer that is doing a very specific type of magic that is giving us very unique features. Being distinct. Yeah, you said it in 2 words. I said it in 30. You're better than me. Anyway, here's the document if you guys want to read it. Diana, did you see my new video? Did you like it? Are you proud of me? I just want my friends to be proud of me. That's all I want. Okay. Oh, buddy. Why don't you have opening sentence? Why don't any of your opening sentences have capital letters? That's very bad luck. Also, why do we have 2 subclass features? Why do we have a 1st level, and then a 1st level, and then 6th level, and then 14th and 18th, and then have 1st level again? Did you just write it twice? I think you just wrote it twice. Okay. This is a quote. This isn't flavor text. This is all we get for flavor text. Let's see the quote. We were sure. Wait a second. Let me fix my voice. We were all sure that our only hope of salvation was gone. The powerful sorcerer in our midst had just been incinerated by a huge fireball, cast by enemy mages amongst soldiers we fought against. It was our shock that when the smoke cleared, there stood our sorcerer. Despite Elve's peaceful nature, she was obviously shaking with rage and screaming at the sky. With angry, bloodshot eyes. Very few of the enemy army made it alive. A soldier's account of a powerful blood rager. All right, I'm going to be brutally honest here. There is no grammar in these. Your grammar is fucked, and you need to fix your grammar. Because if you don't fix your grammar, all of this reads like gobbledygook. That's the first piece of honest feedback. The second piece of honest feedback is if I wasn't reading that in a grizzled voice, this quote sounds really clunky. It doesn't at all sound like the way a person talks. So, if you are trying to make a quote in D&D, communicating the idea of somebody else's speech is difficult. One of the easiest ways to practice it is to read your pieces out loud. Raccoon, I'm going to be real honest with you, man. If I'm not allowed to give honest feedback without people being like, is this Smolder here? I'm going to just start timing people out, or I'm going to just not have Smolder come back. Because the game is not CinderBlocksally tells you you're doing a good job. This game is CinderBlocksally gives you some fucking advice. And if you can't handle that shit, I genuinely don't care and don't have time for you. But yeah, it doesn't feel like the way a person talks. Like, if you were talking about, I'll give you a tiny example. We were all sure that our only hope of salvation was gone. The powerful sorcerer in our midst had just been incinerated by a huge fireball. So, first of all, these are both two separate sentences. Telling us that the fireball was cast by an enemy mage amongst the soldiers we fought against, this doesn't give us any useful or helpful information. It just makes a sentence long and boring. So just cut it out entirely. Second of all, when you are describing your adventuring party, and they're people that you know, and they're people that you've been traveling with for a long time, do you call them the powerful sorcerer in our midst? Or do you call them Clarence? You call them Clarence. Like, you want to, if you're going to use a quote, you have to think about the way the quote giver is expressing themselves. This doesn't read like somebody talking about a character in their adventuring party. This reads like it reads Uncanny Valley, because it's very formal in trying to be informal. So it almost reads like a robot trying to give a speech, but it not understanding like emotion. So I think you got to be really careful with making sure that your quotes feel like they are evoking a character. You can use a quote to tell a story, but you shouldn't use a quote to tell a story unless a big part of that story is the perspective of the person giving the quote. If the person who's giving the quote doesn't really matter for the story, they're just there as a camera angle, you can really just make it flavor text. Yes, yes, and I'm setting an alarm to remember. My housemate asked me to do all the trash stuff last week, and I was like, oh yeah, totally. I completely forgot. I felt so shitty. All right, let's make a little alarm. And we're going to say, take out trash, idiot. I'm so mean to myself in my alarms. All right, let's see what this thing actually does. But yeah, flavor text is a wonderful thing, and quotes are a wonderful thing, but the who the quote is coming from is so important, because otherwise it just doesn't need to be a quote. Blood Ragers embody the red-hot burning rage of their ancestors, who were fearsome barbarians. Okay. You're wasting so many words here, man. Blood Rangers embody blood raging. That's what this sentence is. Blood Ragers embody blood rage. I would just say something. Blood Ragers embody the whatever, the power of their fearsome barbarian ancestors, period. They can enter a battle rage, empowering their spells and physical abilities. Oh man, I really hope we don't just get rage. If we just get rage, it's going to be too much. Raging ancestors. Also, every time you start a sentence without a capital letter, I genuinely don't want to take you seriously, and I imagine you as like a very snotty 9th grader who's like scribbling with a pencil on their paper. That's the impression that I get when somebody starts a sentence and they don't give they don't even give the time of day to the sentence to take 3 seconds to fix it to be a capital letter. It's like, oh, they really don't care. That's what it reads like to me. They really don't care. Which I don't know if is the case or not, but that's what it feels like. At first level, your ancestry has made you more resilient than most sorcerers. Your hit die becomes a d8 instead of a d6. You start with hit points equal to 8 plus your con modifier, and you regain 5 plus your con modifier per level above the first. Okay, this is not how... I get what you're trying to do here, but if you are changing your hit die to a d8... you don't need to include the rules for average health regeneration, which is what you're doing here. Because what if they're rolling for hit die? If they're rolling for hit die, why are they adding 5 plus their con modifier? That doesn't make any fucking sense. So get rid of that. Your AC is 10 plus your dex modifier plus your charisma modifier. This is just... So you're just making the Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer but better? Is that what we're doing here? Hey, at first level... you get more hit points than a Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer, and you get more armor than a Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer, even though those are the only 2 things they get at first level. And then you also get a shockingly powerful Blood Rage feature. Oh yeah, that makes sense. So, here's the thing. The thing is, you gotta keep in mind the systems that the game you're playing takes place in. And you don't always have to stick by the established norms, but if you ignore them, then you're gonna end up with fucking gobbledygook. So let's take a look at the Dragonborn, the Chronic Bloodline Sorcerer for a second. So let's see what they get at first level. At first level, they get 3 things really. They get a bonus to charisma checks when interacting with dragons. They get their hit point maximum goes up by 1 for each level. And their AC becomes 13 plus their dex modifier. So, what do we get? Our hit points go up by an amount that is going to be basically a little bit more, mostly the same, but a little bit more, and just more tedious math. And then we get an AC that at the bare minimum is going to be as good as the Draconic Bloodline, and then it's just going to get substantially better. Also, you are already proficient with simple weapons. You are a sorcerer. And then we get a whole other feature. So this alone is probably enough for power that you would need to give at first level. And it also is literally not anything new. You just took the Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer and you're adding something onto it. So I'm going to be honest, man. I think you got to get rid of all of this shit. Let's take a look at Blood Rage. First level is a bonus action. You enter a fearsome battle rage. If it's called Blood Rage, I feel like you should call it Blood Rage. Your rage lasts for a minute. It ends early. If you haven't dealt damage to a hostile creature since your last turn and taken damage, you can also end your turn as a bonus action. End your rage as a bonus action. Okay. Resistance to bludgeoning and piercing and slashing damage from spells. This is kind of a stupid feature. You get the most common damage resistance to the least common damage given by spells. This is so situational that it doesn't matter. You can add your charisma modifier to the damage of any melee attack or spell. This is literally just numbers go up. And you have advantage on Constitution saving throws to maintain concentration. This is just too much. Okay. Maintain advantage on con saves is very strong. Adding your charisma modifier to damage is very strong at level 1. This is totally reasonable if what you got at level like 14 or something, but not at level 1. And then this is kind of silly. Whenever you're designing something, you should think about like how it's going to play out. Why is this guy getting resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from spell? Like, what does that mean? Why does that mean? Oh yeah, you can also do it infinite number of times. Oh, and damage from spells. Oh, so you just get rage plus the ancient paladin. So this feature, resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage against this is one of the most powerful features in the game. There are 3 things in D&D that get it. One is the barbarian, one is the rune knight, and one is the fuck. There's another thing that gets a version of this too, and I don't remember what it is right now. There's a paladin capstone that does that. Yes. It is completely unreasonable to give it at first level to a sorcerer, and it's completely unreasonable to make it this much better. The other thing is resistance to damage from spells is like the 7th level feature of the Ancient's Paladin. And we're getting this at first level. Adding charisma damage to any damage from attacks or spells. There is a warlock that gets a version of this, but it's their like 10th level feature or their 6th level feature. It's not first level, and it's limited to spells that do fire and radiant damage. So this is all just ridiculously overpowered. Pretty much every way. Remember at the beginning of this when I said the most important thing here is that this doesn't feel like it's just a barbarian plus a sorcerer. It has to feel like it's something new. That's what's not happening here. This doesn't feel like something new. This just feels like a barbarian plus a sorcerer. And that just doesn't work. You got to think about what else is this thing going to have. You can't just give them rage, but better. You can't just give them the entire Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer first level feature, but better. I think we don't even need to keep going, honestly, because this thing doesn't work. Like, it just does. It just... I would say it's a ground-up rebuild, personally. Yeah, it's rage, but way better, and you can cast spells during it. Yeah, it's completely broken. Let's just quickly look at 14th level and 18th level. Your attacks are considered magical, and making opportunity attack, make an opportunity attack. You can cast a spell instead of attack. So you just, this is also just a feat. This is Warcaster. And you take the only thing that makes rage balanced in D&D, which is that you cannot cast spells or concentrate on spells while raging. And instead of using that as a way to balance rage, you ignore that for this whole subclass and then make yourself infinitely stronger while raging and concentrating on a spell. So this just doesn't work. It's just broken, man. This is just fucking busted. Yeah. This is a ground up rework. I genuinely think there's nothing here to keep. Give this thing, here's my feedback. Here's my suggestion. My suggestion would be, think of your vibe. Now think of 2 features that are not a weapon proficiency, that are not anything like any other feature in D&D. And see if you can figure out what those 2 features would be. At any level for this thing. First level or 6th level, I would say. And decide this feature is going to have nothing to do with anything that a barbarian gets in their rage mechanic, and it's going to have nothing to do with getting proficiency in a skill or with a weapon. And if you can think of 2 features that do that follow those rules, that fit this subclass, make those 2 features. And if you can't, then you shouldn't make this subclass. That's what I would say. The point of any homebrew is to make something that's not possible or feasible by the rules. I mean, technically they're doing that here, right? You can't normally concentrate on raging while casting a spell and stuff, but I think the point you're trying to make, and I'm going to just try to underline that a little bit, is you should be designing new mechanics to uplift new ideas. And if you don't know what new mechanics you need to uplift your new ideas, you probably don't need to write the homebrew. You probably could just multi-class sorcerer barbarian. Those are my thoughts, man. I'm sorry that I don't have more to build off of here, but I think that there's very little to... I think there's not that much here to keep. I think that this is a ground-up rebuild. All right, thank you, Nesner the Spider. Let's give Nesner a round of applause. Why not temporary HP that is resistant to the barb stuff? Like a Shell of Rage? If the temporary HP are resistant to damage, then you might as well just double the temporary hit points. Like, you know what I mean? Like, at that point, you're like, why even have the... Why do the 2 steps forward, 1 step back? Maybe, yeah, maybe do a thing where you can rage, and when you do, you get a number of temporary hit points, and you stay in that form while you have those hit points. But I think getting extra damage resistances then is just doesn't... I mean, maybe that would make sense. I don't know. It doesn't make... To me, that seems like a overkill. Seems like a hat on a hat. Hey, Cinder, that's me. What kind of abilities should I give a flesh domain cleric? Take inspiration from the Aberrant Mind Sorcerer's 14th level feature, but don't copy it. I think using temporary hit points as a way to give an alternative little armor boost or health boost would be very good. I think that would work very well. But yeah, again, new, right? We need it to be something new. Something new. A sorcerer that's born perpetually pissed off sounds cool. Yeah, I think if you could think of a way to express rage that would be unique to sorcerers, then it could work well. But that it wasn't doing that. But I think if they could figure that out, it could work well. Boop. You forgot this was live? Boom! Surprise! I can sort of see a slow burn rage sorcerer that slowly accrues more spell damage the longer they stay in a trance-like state. I am really not a big fan of slow build-up powers like that. I think that it creates this weird situation where, like, you have one player that wants combat to last longer, and combat lasting longer is almost never fun for anybody. So it's like, in order for me to have the most fun in combat, it has to be like 5 rounds or 4 rounds. And it's like, yeah, D&D is not really, 5e is not really designed for that. For you to get more powerful each round. Like, that works really well in single player games. That works really well in, like, games that are designed around really fast turn-based combat, maybe. But D&D is not. D&D is not great at that. Like, you want to be able to do all your cool stuff quick. You could have little things. Like, I've seen stuff like that where it's like, you know, if you hit a creature, the same creature, you know, if the first creature you hit on your turn is a creature that you hit on your last turn, it does some extra bonus. Like, you could do little things like that, but I just don't think you want to build into it too much. And then the other thing that you have to think about is D&D is much, much less about you comboing stuff with yourself, and it's much, much more about you comboing stuff with other characters. So I think a much better way to play a mechanic like that would to be like something like the spell Guiding Bolt, where when you hit a creature, it gives some bonus to the next creature that hits them. Or if you hit a creature that somebody else hit last turn, you get some bonus to that hit. Like, you want that combo gameplay to take advantage of the fact that there are multiple players at the table. You don't want that stuff to only combo with yourself. I remember a long time ago, I was running a D&D campaign, and I had a player that was a bard, and he cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter, and he was so mad that another player took advantage of the monster being down to attack them because he wanted to do a combo later. But it was because he was thinking in that one-player video game mindset. And when you're playing D&D, you gotta start thinking about that combo teamwork mindset. Got to. The UA Stone Sorcerer might be worth looking at for inspiration. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. I don't really remember it that well, but it definitely is like a chonky sorcerer, which is certainly what they're going for. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. Ice cream sandwich coming for you. Bloop. We have the Green Knight. All right, Green Knight. What you got for us today? I like your fairy tale. How do you not celebrate when you give your rogue advantage and they do a bunch of damage? I don't know if you intended for that to rhyme or not, Arcade, but I'm so happy it did. I'm so happy it did. I would like some input on how to improve this subclass, all right? A little bit vague for what you're asking for, but that's fine. I'll just go on gut. It's a rogue subclass called the Sniper. So, I struggle. You didn't notice? I love good rhymes. I struggle with long range. I'll tell you, okay. I struggle with building, I struggle with the idea of a subclass built around being at very long range. Because I think that fundamentally leads to a lot of conflict in terms of what a dungeon master needs to prepare in order for the player to take advantage of their features fully. So what I would hope before we get into this is that this is sort of designed in the same way as a Cavalier, where the Cavalier is a fighter that is supposed to be a knight on horseback. But if you look at most of their features, they do not require being on horseback to use those features. So I'm hoping that this Sniper is similar in that it uplifts attacking at range, but that it does not require being at range all the time, because that will be a lot more work for a dungeon master that just genuinely won't work out a lot of the time. You spelled rogue wrong. The Sniper Rouge. The Rouge. It is Le Rouge. The dangerous Le Rouge Sniper. Le Rouge Sniper is patient and deadly, preferring to stay out of the dark. Direct combat. Okay, I can't do that. I'm terrible. Sniper Rouge is patient and deadly. Put a comma after the word deadly. Preferring to stay out of direct combat, instead opting to find a good vantage point and take out their targets from far away. This flavor text is genuinely bad, and I'm telling you that because you need to figure out that you need to write more than one run-on sentence to sell your homebrew. If you ended your sentence here, this is a reasonable sentence. But you kept it going, and then it became an unreasonable sentence, and then you kept it going and it became a completely unreasonable sentence, and then that was literally the only flavor text you have. This flavor text screams, I don't know what I'm doing. And it's not saying you don't know what you're doing. You might know what you're doing, but the way your flavor text is presented, it's sort of like you don't want to go into a job interview with like mud all over your shirt and crayons in your nose. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's going to give a bad impression. You might be the smartest person in the room, but they're not going to hire you if you have mud all over your shirt and crayons in your nose. That's the same. It's the same thing with flavor text. Your flavor text has to sell the reader on the piece. Okay, we get proficiency in firearms and one tool of our choice. We get lay in wait. Starting at 10th level, you learn how to make a sniper's nest. Put a period here. Christ almighty. Okay. Write this thing in fucking Google Docs first if you don't know how to use grammar. If you don't know how to use grammar, that's fine. Use a system that lets you know how to use grammar. Because, again, you are losing so much. Every time you misuse a comma, every time you misuse a period, you lose credibility to the reader. Starting at 3rd level, you learn how to make a sniper's nest. You can take 10 minutes to camouflage your location, creating a sniper's nest in a 10-foot square. You said this twice. You don't need to say it twice. You're repeating yourself. You can just say at 3rd level, you can take 10 minutes to make a sniper's nest in a 10-foot square. Well, again, this should say the word while, I'm assuming. You're in the sniper's nest. You're hidden and gain advantage on perception checks. In addition, you gain advantage on attack rolls with firearms while you're prone. What does that mean you're hidden? Just permanently? You can't be spotted at all? That doesn't make any... That's overpowered and doesn't make any sense. So, how can people spot you? You're just permanently hidden? I don't understand. Also, if you're hidden, we shouldn't get advantage on attack rolls. Unless this is designed to be a completely different feature, and has nothing to do with the nest. Like, if this is supposed to be you just all the time have advantage on attack rolls while prone, I would not do that. I'll tell you what you could do. You could not have disadvantage on attack rolls while prone. That would allow you to be able to proc your sneak attack sometimes, but I would not just automatically give you advantage on attack rolls while prone. Also, this is a completely separate feature from this, so it should be listed as such. Also, this feature is unclear in how it is expressed mechanically. Yeah, but there's no like what's the saving throw for what's the investigation check or the saving throw for a creature to notice you? What does camouflaged mean here? Like you gotta look into that. You gotta think about that a little bit. You could look to spells that create illusions to how to build a feature like that, or you could look to disguise kit type things. But you can't introduce a camouflage mechanic without introducing a camouflage mechanic, because that's basically what you've done here. Let's take a look at 9th level. And this is overkill with the advantage while hot prone thing. You just don't need that. High impact ammo. At 9th level, you gain a number of magically infused bullets equal to your proficiency bonus. Put a period there. Jesus fucking Christ. As a bonus, it's crazy because I genuinely don't want to read this anymore because of how bad the grammar is and just like the little things like that. It's not even badly written, but it's the punctuations that are trying to be fucking up the wall. As a bonus action, you can infuse 1 bullet with magical force that lasts for 1 minute. I don't understand. We get proficiency bonus infused bullets. Do we get proficiency infused bullets, or do we get the ability to infuse bullets? Which one do we get? Can we infuse bullets with magic, or do we just get magical bullets? Can't be both. Why is it both? Maybe what you mean is you can use this ability a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus per long rest. So that is the way you should word that if that's what you mean. Because this makes it sound like you get magical bullets. So I'm confused as to like why I would need to infuse them if I already have them. Doesn't make sense. You're tough, Cinder. If I have to reread it multiple times to make sense of it and still struggle, I just wouldn't bother. Is that me being tough by rereading it? I don't know if I'm being tough. I feel like I'm just trying to get through. Oh, Sea Slug, you're definitely right, but it's not written in a way that is expressed clearly there at all. On a hit, this magical ammo you deal... Oh my god, listen to this fucking sentence. On a hit, this magical ammo you deal an additional 1d8 force damage. Like, If you're not proofreading your homebrew before you're sending it in, like, don't send it in, man. Like, I'm not, this isn't helpful. I'm not giving you helpful advice. I'm literally, the advice that I'm giving you is advice that anyone could give you and anyone would give you, and you realistically could give yourself if you just read your piece slowly. With this magical ammo, you deal an additional 1d8 force damage. Ah, yes, I did misread the word. I misread it. That's on me. That being said, I'm not taking the blame for the headspace that I am in at this far into the piece, because yes, I acknowledge I skipped the word, but you have to understand, I skipped the word because I have stopped being in passionate, exciting reading mode, and I have entered into I am dragging myself through this because of the way it's written. So I'm only taking half blame. The D&D logo is gold because I think it's the 50th anniversary of D&D. Okay, so let me see if I can understand what you're trying to say here. Okay, starting at 9th level, as a bonus action, you can infuse a bullet with magical force. It remains that way for 1 minute. During that minute, if you hit a creature with that magical ammo, it deals an additional 1d8 force damage. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus before finishing a long rest. The damage increases to 2d8 at 13, 3d8 at 17. I'm going to be honest, this damage increase is genuinely boring and does nothing for me. If you want this to be interesting, make them do other things. Give it other features. Don't just do damage goes up. Just checked. I don't think this was ever submitted to the Discord. That's fine. And look, you don't have to submit stuff to the Discord, but you should proofread your stuff before you send it in. Damage going up like this, I think, makes sense if it's part of your 3rd level core class feature, but we're getting this pretty late. We're getting it at 9th level. I don't think this is going to be the damage scaling we need in this subclass, and I think that if you want to do damage scaling here, you got to get that in earlier. So what I would do here is, instead of damage scaling, I would lean into alternative effects, you know, called shots, maybe special type of ammo that does things. Maybe you can make like a smoke bomb bullet, or bullets that do extra damage to objects. I don't know. There's all sorts of different ways you could express it, but I think just damage goes up is I don't think it is particularly evocative, and I also think that it's not super clean from a game design perspective to be including that at 9th. Let's take a look at Silent Killer. At 13th level, any attack roll made with a firearm makes no noise. Just say any attack roll you make with a firearm makes no noise and does not reveal your location if you are hidden. I don't love this because this is just what a feat does. This is just a feat. Also, you shouldn't just get advantage on all stealth checks. That's silly. There is a 9th level feature or a 13th level feature of the Thief Rogue where they can get advantage on stealth check anytime they move less than half their movement on a turn. This is just unequivocally that, but better. So I don't think it makes sense. And then the other thing about it is interesting, but it's part of a feat. Like, I wish this was new. I would love to see some new features here, you know? Like, what else can we be doing to sell the fiction of a sniper type rogue? What other skills would they need to have? What other tools would they need to have to be good at being a sniper? You know? What other powers or skills would make sense in that wheelhouse for somebody whose job is to post up and to take shots at folks from really far away, and to be like changing positioning? I don't know. There's a lot of directions you could go in here. This doesn't feel like you're taking a direction. This just feels like you're taking like the lowest common denominator and yes, and bumping up its power. But I think there's a lot of potential for some like really interesting stuff, especially if you go in the direction of a sniper rogue as almost like a battle tactician, where they are sort of deciding where they're going to be and how they're going to take their shots, not just to take out targets, but to like understand how where they are in the battlefield impacts the battlefield. I think that could be really cool. You could do something where you voluntarily drop your movement for a bonus to hit. That could be an interesting solution. But again, I would go I would like, those kinds of things make sense, but I want those things earlier. Like, by the time we're at like 9th and 13th level, I want to be getting like cool trick moves and like, I don't know. I feel like all of that basic sniper stuff we need it by 3rd level. If the rogue is already able to land shots without being revealed, they don't need extra damage. The constant advantage is already a huge damage bonus. Yeah, and there's just a lot of like stuff here that we don't like. I'll just give you. Can I just give you an example? We have advantage on stealth checks, and we don't let people know when we're hidden when we shoot them. And we have advantage on attack rolls while we're prone. We basically get 3 features that kind of all do the same thing in terms of, like, now you're better at sneak attacking. Like, we don't need that many. There's too many things that are doing the same thing. At 17th level, we get called shot. Before you make a ranged attack with your firearm, you can call your shot, taking disadvantage in the attack roll. This disadvantage cannot be offset in any way. And if it hits, it's a critical hit, and it deals sneak attack. This is, again, I think it's too much, man. I think it's too much. Like, maybe this will be okay. Maybe this feature is okay. I don't love it. Maybe it's okay. I'm really not a fan of automatic crits in general. But that being said, I think that the whole middle needs a lot of work. And I also think that I went extra hard on you, on your sentence structure and your commas and shit. And I acknowledge that. But I also think that there's not a lot going on here. And when you use, and I don't mean there's not a lot going on here, like it's not a good idea. I mean, literally, it's a short subclass. And when you make a shorter piece, the little imperfections really stand out, especially like if the imperfection is tied to like the only thing written in a feature. Yes, steady aim also exists. That's a really good point. Steady aim. That's true. No, it's not the worst auto crit. I don't like it because I don't like auto crits. That's a me thing. But I agree, Data. Definitely not the worst auto crit. Hello, Nora. Started to binge your homebrew streams yesterday. Just random encounter. Well, welcome, buddy. Welcome to the show. I love having new people. Yeah, it's very... Yeah, Don DeGora. I don't know if I would put it exactly like that, but it is. It's pretty one-dimensional right now, and it's very much a one-trick pony. Which is why... The thing that I would push for is trying to get as much of the core idea of the sniper. Like, I don't think we need a... Like, why at 3rd level are we getting a sniper's nest? That feels like something we should get at a higher level. I feel like this... The only thing we should get at 3rd level is, like, whatever the basic shit we need is to be a good sniper. And then give us gadgets and shit later. Give us a... You know, if at 9th level we could build a sniper nest that other creatures could also hide in. Or you know, we could make like that would be cool. We could like build a little hideaway spot. That would be neat. I don't know. There's all sorts of stuff you could do here. But I think the key is to be branching out, not just up, but out. That's the key. Up. Not just up, but out. Also, yes, the capstone, that's a good point too, Akase. The capstone is very anti-synergy. You get a million ways to get advantage on attacks, and then the capstone feature is ignore all of them to maybe get a crit. I appreciate the input. I could feel this subclass was pretty bad. The little mistakes drive me nuts. I don't think it's that bad, dude. First, okay, very, very... I might sound really aggressive in my tone sometimes, but you also have to understand that I'm doing a show. Like, there's people watching for fun. So I put on I allow myself to get a little extra emotive and a little bit extra colorful in my language. But I don't think any homebrew is genuinely bad. I just think it's misguided. Like, for example, the sorcerer that we just reviewed that I tore to shreds, not a bad idea at all. Not a great execution, but it doesn't mean it's bad. It just means it needs a lot of work. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's bad. I just think it needs work. And I think, you know, honestly, I think it needs less work than a lot of other pieces, too. It's a very simple idea. Like, I know what it's trying to be. Do you know what I mean? It's selling a fiction. So it's doing a lot of things that a lot of homebrew doesn't do. Yeah, it is kind of a bummer to be like, if you don't have sharpshooter, you don't really get much out of this. It's true. That's a good point. But yeah, like I don't know. I'm gonna be very critical of pieces in general, but I wouldn't if I thought a piece was hopeless to the point where I didn't want to review it anymore. I'll stop reviewing it. I'll be like, I just don't think it makes sense to keep reviewing this, or I just won't review it at all. I've done that before too. I'll just say no. I don't have to review anything. So sometimes people will send something that like is just ridiculously unhinged in its formatting, or is like offends me in some way that I'm just like, I don't feel like platforming this. I'll just skip them. But generally, you know, bad homebrew is still good homebrew because you're still trying, you're still growing, you're still working, you know? All right, let's give Green Knight a round of applause. Because the other thing that you got to keep in mind, and this is a me thing, and I acknowledge that, but I don't see any of you as professional writers, and I don't see any of these pieces as finished. That's not to say some of you might be professional writers, and some of you will certainly be professional writers. I'm positive of that. But I never look at a piece of homebrew and think it's done, because if it's done, I don't need to look at it. So I'm always looking at a piece of homebrew, and the goal is my headspace, because it's the ideal headspace, is this person has gotten this homebrew as good as they can, and now they're wanting me to look at it. So when it reads like you haven't gotten it as good as you can get, it like annoys me a little bit. But I don't expect any of these things to be perfect. And if you brought in something that was perfect, it would be boring. I'd be like, yeah, cool, it works, done. Wouldn't be anything to say. I'm optimistic in all of your skills and abilities to grow as writers and creators, and I expect there to be a great deal of work that needs to happen, and that is a good thing. It is a good thing to know that you got some work you need to do and to be working on those things. Sort of like what we were saying earlier in the chat, where it's like, if you know you're a great writer, you're probably going to stop being a great writer pretty quickly. Because as soon as you decide you're done, other people are going to be better than you. That's the way it goes. Speaking of which, if any of you haven't seen my new YouTube video, you should check it out. It's all about reflavoring D&D characters. And I do a thing where I swap between different versions of myself that some people in the comments really liked and some people in the comments really hated. It led to a little bit more controversy than I thought. Alrighty, let's see what we have here. You liked it? I'm glad. Dagadoo-dee, dabadee doo dabadoo badabadee doo badabadee badabadee blah 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 blank apaka pleekalaka lukadaka hakalamin and akabakadagadagadagadu. Ooh, it's Kason. Jason and Karen had a baby. Don't be mean to yourself. Was I being mean to myself? I like the mean. But to the universe, not to me. All right, I apologize. I apologize. Try to be nice to myself. I have to be a little self-deprecating. It's very easy for me not to be self-deprecating when I'm hanging out with people that are self-deprecating, because then we can just turn it into a joke. Like, one of my favorite people to hang out with in that way is Zach Speaks Giant, because he's very self-deprecating in a way that it's like begging you to like beat him up emotionally. Which is not actually what happens, but it is very funny. Okay, I'm using a custom rule set for my game where my players are punished for going down with exhaustion points, but long rests are extra sparse. So I'm going to give this item or something to help them out. All right, let's take a look at it. This is going to be one of those situations where the feedback's going to be very weird, because this is not going to be intended for an everybody use item. And the way you described what you're doing in your game was pretty unclear, so I'm just going to assume that you're going hard mode and exhaustion is shitty. Balm of Recovery, uncommon item. A small jar with a faded label in a language long forgotten. Put a period here, dude. Holy shit, the lack of grammar. What the fuck? Guys, what is happening in the education system in our world? What are we doing here? Inside there Inside there is a white paste that sparkles like light. This is how I would write this. This small jar contains a pale white paste that sparkles like starlight. Period. Balm of Recovery has 1 charge. This is not Smolder coming out. Smolder coming out is anybody? Okay, I'm going to be really honest. I'm going to say this is Cinder. When I raise my voice on this stream, or if I give feedback in this stream, and you're like, oh, that's Smolder. No, it's not. It's you being a pussy. And that was a Smolder saying, but that's also what it is. Okay, let's see. Balm of Recovery has 1 charge that is regained at dawn. Expend 1 charge. You can expend a charge in 10 minutes of inactivity. Okay, so the way that you would write this is if you take 10 minutes of downtime, you can use this. You can expend. This is the way you would write this. If you take 10 minutes of downtime, you can expend a charge to lose 1 level of exhaustion. I can't tell, man, because you saying it just joking is literally the same as the last person who was like whining about it. It looks the same on my screen. They look exactly the same. All right, I'll just assume you're all fucking bullshit, full of shit all the time anyway. Okay, so let me ask you a question. Who sent this in? This was sent in by Kaysen. All right, Kaysen. So, genuine question. If you're running a D&D game that is designed around it being more hardcore and there being more mechanics involving exhaustion and exhaustion having a bigger impact, why do we need a magic item that makes exhaustion have a lesser impact? Like, it sort of feels like I'm going to make the game be in a hard mode, but now I'm going to give you a magic item so the game isn't in hard mode. So, I guess that's my thought. Like, this could work. Sure, yeah, this works fine. This is a totally reasonable magic item. Takes away a level of exhaustion. Works really well. I don't understand why it's a magic item specifically for a game that's intended for exhaustion to have a bigger impact. I guess that's the only thing that I'm... like, it seems like it's pulling against the goal of the campaign. What's the point of saying it has a charge if it only has 1 charge? That's a good point. You do not really need to say that. You can just say it's only 1 use per day. Exactly. Yes, yes, yes. Very good point. Very good point. True, 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 true. Yeah, that's my thought. I think it works fine as a magic item. I don't know why you need it for, I mean, I don't know why I would build, I don't know if I would use it in a campaign that was designed to be a campaign where people had lots of exhaustion. But those are my thoughts. I think it works fine. As far as magic items go, it's solid. Boop! I'm sorry for calling you a pussy earlier. I'm sorry for 2 reasons. 1, it's not a nice thing to say. 2, it's not a nice thing to associate words that come from the female perspective in our society as negatives, because it adds on to the patriarchy in a really shitty way, and I acknowledge that, and I feel bad, so I take it back, and I'm sorry. I should just call you a punk. We got to keep our... we got to stop gendering... We got to get the gendered... what's the word for when you say something mean? We got to put gendered derogatory language needs to be pushed to the wayside. Let's keep it our derogatory language non-gendered, please. Maybe if it was a consumable once and done, make them find more. That could work. That could work. That could work really well. That could work really well. But yeah, I guess for me, it's just... Why am I still here? Okay, wait, where'd your piece go? Where'd your piece go? I guess for me, what it comes down to is I don't fully know what system you're using, so it's hard for me to judge how this works within that system. But as a magic item, I think it works well. I just think it's... If they can use it every day, then they don't have to deal with exhaustion. So I think maybe that's the solution, what Dick Hardley said, which is a great name, to make it consumable. I think consumable is the move. Pejoratives. Thank you, Hakase. Thank you. I'm good at words. I just forget them sometimes. All right. Let's give Kaysen a round of applause. There are some magic items in D&D that do similar things to it. There's something called, like, elixir of something.
Clap.
Clap indeed. I forget what it's called. Elixir of, whatever. But you heal, like, 2d8 hit points, and it cures you of some conditions and stuff. I don't think it takes away exhaustion. But there's a magic item that does something like that. Elixir of, it starts with a K. Elixir of, like, Kurglwooks or something like that. Do you remember Elixir of Kurglworks? Bildo? Bildo! Did you see my new version of my video that doesn't have my drunken ramble at the beginning? I think it's a little bit better of an opening. I know you liked the drunken ramble, but I don't think it worked well. I was talking to Zach Speaks Giant about it, and he was like, this is not a good opening if people don't know who you are. And it's barely a good opening if people do know who you are. I'm like, damn it, you're right. I haven't earned this opening yet. So I had to make it cleaner. Yeah, I had to make it cleaner. But, in theory, if I keep making YouTube videos, they can keep getting weirder and weirder and weirder and weirder until it gets to the point where people expect my video to open with me shit-faced and rambling and stumbling over words for 2 minutes before I go into, like, an in-depth discussion about D&D game design. One day we'll get there. Oh, I was so close. It's not Kurgl's ointment. It's not Kurgl's elixir. It's Keeg Tom's ointment. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Straight hate? YouTube is a cruel mistress. YouTube is a cruel mistress. But she pays better than Twitch. Which is why I'm probably going to go back to streaming exclusively there. At least outside of, like, maybe playing Helldivers and gaming and stuff. I might do some... I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not making any decisions right now. The only decision I'm making right now is to spin the wheel. And to check for new homebrew on it. You ran the Cunning Folk today. Oh, shit. How did it go, dude? Was it fun? The Plinko machine will work. The Plinko machine works for super chats and memberships, too. The Plinko machine works for YouTube. The people just don't donate as much on YouTube these days. But I think they will if I go back to just on YouTube. Hopefully. We'll see. Knock on tabletop. Gotta make those bills. Cunning Folk is a new TTRPG game. We played it yesterday and ran it today. Fuck yeah, dude. I don't remember the details of it, but it's like Animal People TTRPG, right? Or am I confusing it with another game? Maybe I am. I don't know. I don't remember. Do I still hate Bloodhunter and Artificer? I hate neither Bloodhunter nor Artificer. I do think Artificer has the most boring core class of any class in D&D for me. And I do think the Bloodhunter is badly designed in a way that makes it feel like homebrew that I would pretty much tear up. I mean, honestly, the first level features are kind of fine, but I think it's not that I hate them. It's that I think Artificer's core class is boring, and most of the time when you guys make subclasses for them, they're long and tedious, and I don't want to read them. And then I think that Bloodhunter is badly designed. That's all. It's not really hate. It's more disdain. This is from Milky Boy. Namel from Monster Hunter. Don't know what that is. Filled it out on my phone. I hope the link works. Milky Boy, if the format is really fucked, I'm not going to want to read it. Just so you know. Okay, it's fine. Formatting's solid looking. So this is a Monster Hunter monster. So as always, if this is inspired by something from a video game that I don't know about or play, all I'm looking for is, does it still feel like something unique outside of whatever video game it's from? That's what I'm looking for here. So there is no flavor text, so I have no idea what the fuck this is supposed to be. I'm going to say it's a dragon because you wrote huge dragon here. Make sure you're doing your math right. I'm not going to check it, but other people can. Let's see. It's resistant to cold and acid, immune to lightning, blind sight. It's amphibious. It has legendary resistances. Okay. Makes 2 claw attacks, 1 bite attack, or water jet attack. Very powerful bite attack. Fine claw attack. Wing attack that knocks things prone. Water jet. Oh, I wonder why you went with... Why did you go with little dice here? I'm wondering what the reasoning for that is. I'm not against it. I'm just wondering what the reasoning for it is. The attack roll... I feel like this thing's kind of weak feeling for a CR14. I feel like plus 10 is like the lowest I would go for a CR14 monster. Oops. If it does get picked, sorry, it's a Google Doc. I like Google Docs. All of my homebrew I write in Google Docs. In fact, I have a template that you can literally copy paste things from to use really nice formatting in Google Docs. I'm casing in the campaign. The balm was for my players who will only get a long rest every few sessions, and I was worried about over debuffing them. That makes sense. Thank you for clarifying. I don't really use Homebrewery anymore. I will again if I have to, but I just prefer writing in Google Docs and not worrying about it. Do you think the Blood Hunter needs a top-down rework, or is it just an under-polished... The Blood Hunter isn't anything, is genuinely how I feel. I think the core of the Blood Hunter is essentially 3 different ideas or 4 different ideas for smushed together, and not any single one of them feels like a core. I think what I would do for the Blood Hunter is completely scrap it, cut it up into pieces, and make 3 or 4 subclasses that are all essentially blood magic subclasses that are for different classes that capture different aspects of the Blood Hunter. But the Blood Hunter feels like you took 3 different monk subclasses and mushed them together and then tried to make that a new class. Yeah, I'm curious why the water jet's doing little damage. All right, let's see what's going on. It has scintillate. So this thing is a big dragon, CR14. It's doing 2 attacks. It's got a little spout that it shoots. It uses electricity to flash scintillating lights from its body. Each creature that can see... You don't need to name it every time. You named it up here, so you can just say it. Each creature that can see... So, rule of thumb for writing. If you name a thing in one sentence, if you use the word it, he, she, they, whatever, in the next sentence, it is assumed that the it, he, she, they is in reference to the named thing in the sentence before it. So that is basically the secret rule of thumb for when you should name a thing versus use the word it, he, she, they. It's as soon as you change the thing that you're talking about, or that you need to change that word, because if I say, the dog went to the store, it got the ball, you think I'm talking about the dog getting the ball. But if I'm talking about the kid getting the ball, you're like, where the fuck did that kid come from? I don't even think the Blood Hunter is like the monk. I just think that in the same way that monk subclasses do a lot to, like, maybe fighter would be a better thing to compare it to. But it feels like 3 very different flavors that are sort of jammed together, and then a through line is trying to be formed in between them to build a class. It's not like the monk at all. I could have said any class. I could have said fighter. I could have said barbarian. I'd literally just... monk was the wrong move. What I meant was the Blood Hunter feels like you took several different subclasses of a class and then shoved them together and then tried to use those ideas to build the core class. Anyway, let's take a look at this. Okay. Uses electricity. Each creature that can see it within 60 feet has to make a wisdom saving throw. Or be incapacitated for 1 minute. While incapacitated, a creature can't willingly look away. A creature can remake the save at the end of each of its turns. The effect also ends for a creature if it ever loses sight of it. If a creature's saving throw is successful, the effect ends. Okay, I would probably allow creatures to... I would maybe also let creatures remake the save. Remake the save if they take damage. Or, if you don't want to do that, if they take damage, I think they should remake the save with advantage when they get to remake it on their next turn. If they're not automatically getting to remake it when they take damage. Let me see these other features, because then I want to ask you a question. Okay. It can do a wing attack. It deals extra damage. It does a 10-foot radius of everybody taking lightning damage. This monster might make a lot of sense in terms of its gameplay loop in Monster Hunter. I don't think it makes any sense in its gameplay loop here. Scintillate is cool. You know, it's like the cuttlefish flashing its lights to, like, make the food drowsy. But every single monster, every single creature, rather, that has the ability to hypnotize you a little bit, has another thing that comes with that hypnotize you stuff. And this doesn't have that. It's missing maybe the most important part of this monster from a logic perspective. I'm curious if people have thoughts on what it is. Not charmed, but I see that logic. Don't think about it. Here's my clue. Here's my clue. Don't think about this like a D&D monster. Think about it like if it was a real creature. If there was a real creature that would try to catch its prey by making them bedazzled and make them stand there all wide-eyed, what's the next thing it would do after it did that? Just any animal. It's not a trick question. Make an attack. This thing does not get any dramatic, explosive attack. It gets a bunch of very normal dragon attacks, and then a ranged attack that is kind of lackluster, but its special area of effect is there to make you get woozy. This thing needs a power strike move. If we're spending our turn incapacitating everything, that means that I need to take people out fucking fast. I shouldn't be attacking like a normal dragon. Maybe I get a couple normal dragon attacks, but I need that thing that the cuttlefish gets where it shoots its two main tentacles out and... Like, I should get, like, a speed swallow attack. Like, what if this thing got the ability where if it made a bite attack against a creature that was incapacitated, it could automatically swallow them or something like that. But it needs something for the other side of the scintillation. Do you know what I mean? That's my main feedback, is that it feels like it doesn't do a gameplay loop right now. I also feel like your numbers feel weird. Artist, thank you for the biddies. I hope you make some points in the Plinko game. The numbers feel weird here. Like, I feel like the DC 18 feels... I don't know if I like the DC 18. The damage feels funky in some places. It's just, the numbers feel weird. I can't put my finger on it. And I think that Scintillate, it needs to, there needs to be another way to shake people out of it if they take damage or something. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no ambush predator here, and it really needs an element of ambush predator. Maybe you could do. I think the way you tie it into this is it gets some bonus against incapacitated creatures. I think that's it. The other thing that some people pointed out in the chat, and I do agree, I don't think this needs to be a charm mechanic, but I do think that creatures that are immune to charm should not be affected by this. Whether or not this is a magical charm mechanic in that way, I do think that the creatures that are resistant or immune to magical charm should probably be resistant or immune to this. Those are my thoughts. And I don't know if it's super close in theory to whatever this thing is supposed to be in the game. But this feels like it should be more of an ambush predator in D&D world. Okido. Thank you, Milky Boy. I hope that was somewhat helpful. Thank you for sharing. What a lovely, lovely piece. Alrighty. Cook. Okie dokie. Friends, tomorrow, tomorrow, I don't know what we're doing on stream yet. I think we're going to do a D&D call-in show. Not 100% yet. Wub! But that's my thought for tomorrow's. We'll do a Q&A call-in show. So for tomorrow's call-in show, it's going to be you're going to do two things. One, here's how it's going to work. One, I'm going to have a little form that you can submit questions to, and everyone can submit one question to it. And it's going to be it'll be anonymous. So if you have a question you want to ask that you're nervous to ask in real life, whether that's on the phone or in voice chat, you're going to be able to submit stuff to it. The other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to prioritize questions that come from super chats. And beyond that, we will also take calls. So we're going to do those three things, most likely tomorrow. Advice on balance and formatting. If you're using D&D Beyond, it's going to do a lot of the formatting for you. All right. My honest initial feedback for formatting is your formatting is good. Your formatting is good. Do you know what I see? I see. Look at this chat. Everybody take a big long look here. What's up, Gina? Did you miss me? Let's take a look at what's going on here. We get a paragraph about general of these creatures, and then we get two subsections. Now, I'm going to be a little critical here. Born of Shadow and Origins in Darkness sound like they're telling us the same thing. They both sound like they're telling us where these guys come from. So I would probably come up with a different title for one of these, so it makes it feel like they're telling us different things. But this is really nice formatting for flavor text. Basic main paragraph, sub-paragraphs with a header to help give focus on what they're about. Nothing is that long. You're not over-jamming ideas. Have we seen this before? Maybe. I don't know. The thing is, I try not to assume that when I see something named Voidwalker, because I think that I see something named Voidwalker. Whether or not I review it, I would say there's at least one piece named Voidwalker that is submitted maybe every stream. Or Void something. Void is a very common word, especially when designing space monsters or cosmic horror things. Void comes up a lot. It is common. Let's see what we get for our features. We don't age. We're 6 feet tall, 30 feet. We only see in shades of gray. We have resistance to necrotic damage. So far, it's very similar to the Shadar Kai. You can use your action to expel necrotic energy in a 5-foot circular radius. A radius is always circular, so you don't need the word circular here. You can use your action to expel necrotic energy in a 5-foot radius from your body. When you use your necrotic blast, you don't need to say that because you literally just said you're using it. So just cut this part out and just say each creature in the area. Don't say of the blast. We know it's of the blast. You're just repeating yourself. Just say each creature in the area must make a saving throw. The DC is what kind of saving throw? A strength saving throw, a dexterity saving throw, a wisdom saving throw, a charisma saving throw, a intelligence saving throw. You need to tell us what kind of saving throw. The DC is 8 plus your con plus your proficiency bonus. Creature takes 1d6 damage on a failed save, healing you for half the damage dealt. Wow, that's really good. I don't know if I love that. I have very mixed feelings about that. It's probably fine. I'll tell you what, I don't think it should be once per short rest. I think it's cool if it's... This is what I would do, man. This is what I would do. This is what I would do. Ugh, I don't like healing of the damage dealt, because it's gonna... Because here's the thing, it's gonna hit more than one creature most of the time, so here's what I would do here. Here's what I would do here. If you want to keep the healing, I would make it so you can use this whole thing. This whole thing. I would make it so you can use it, I would make it so you could use it proficiency bonus times per day. So I'd give you more uses. And I would make the dice less, or I would make them scale less, and I would make the healing less. So what, for example, I would probably make it so creatures take 1d6 damage on a failed save, and none on a success or half on a success, period. And then on any time you use this feature and successfully deal damage to a creature, you gain 1d6 hit points. So I would not have the healing you get tied directly to the amount of damage you're dealing if the amount of damage you're dealing is scaling and you want to be able to use this thing multiple times. If you're cool with this thing being like a once a long rest feature, which I think is kind of lame, like I don't think a racial feature should be once per day. It just doesn't feel fun for me, especially one that's so fast like this. It's not even like a mode you enter, it just happens. The problem is that it's a big area of effect healing. Or rather, it's area of effect damage translating into single healing. So it could potentially just be a lot. So I think if you want to keep it that way and have the damage scale, then yeah, it's got to be like once a long rest. The other thing that you could do to sort of balance it out, and actually I think is what I would do here, is I would have it just deal damage. And then once you got to like 5th level, then it would start to give you health back. So have it sort of grow with you. I know it's half the damage dealt, but it's half the total damage dealt, not half the damage dealt to one creature. So let's say you have 2 creatures around you. You're going to be healing roughly 1d6. And then you're going to be healing roughly 2d6. And then you're going to be healing roughly 3d6. And then you're going to be healing roughly 4d6. Because it's not 4d6 damage total. It's 4d6 damage to every creature. If this was a single creature issue, then I would agree that that could be fine. But because it's hitting many creatures, the half damage scaling of the healing feels like a lot. It's not like Life Transference or Vampiric Touch, where you're just one creature, one effect. This is many creatures, one effect. What if it damaged, like, Sleep? Sleep doesn't do damage. I don't understand what you mean. Yeah, every creature. This is every creature. And it's not a huge radius. It's a 5-foot radius, but that's still up to 8 creatures. So at level 1, you know, in an ideal situation at level 1, this feature would do roughly 1d6 damage to 8 creatures, and you would end up healing roughly 4d6 health, which is a lot. That's why I think you got to address it. But yeah, power balance-wise, other than tweaking this a little bit, I think it's mostly fine. It's a little bit boring, if I can be honest. If you take away Necrotic Blast, this isn't a subclass. This is you get Dark Vision and resistant to necrotic damage. So I guess the question that this is an erase rather. So I guess the question that you have to ask yourself is a single damage resistance, Dark Vision, and a once a day feature, or a once a short rest feature, is that enough to feel like it should be a whole race? Or is this just a thing that should be a magic item or something? Or should it at least have some other things? I just feel like it's not enough. You know? Those are my thoughts. It feels like part of a Shadar Kai. It's kind of what it feels like. Or yeah, or like a weakened Azamar. Yeah. Except for the one feature, which is like a little overpowered. How would you rule a Grave Cleric who can max HP on creatures with 0 using Life Transference on a 0 HP target? I don't know. Let me look at the spell. That's a great question. It works. What do you mean? I think it just works. I don't think you can necessarily max the healing unless you're also maxing the damage. Here's what I would do. If a cleric wanted to use this, I would say, sure, you max the damage to yourself too, because you're maxing the healing. That's what I would say. That's probably how I would rule it. I don't know if that's the right way to rule it, but that's what I would do. All right, Wub. Thank you very much for sharing your Void Walker. If I could give you any feedback, it would be to try to add some more unique features that are not overpowered, but help it feel sort of distinct and help it feel unique. How can this Void Walker stand out amongst the plethora of Void Walkers that people come across when they search Homebrew? What can we give this one to make it feel like it's really its own unique thing, you know? I still don't understand what you guys mean by the sleep damage idea. I understand that you guys understand. I just don't understand. I'm not able to understand what you're talking about. But if you guys all get it, I'm here for it. Do damage but what does that mean? You're not explaining it. You're just repeating yourself. Do you mean like when you cast Fireball, you deal all of the damage to one creature, and any of the excess damage goes to another, and any of the excess damage goes to another, and any of the excess damage goes to another? Is that what you mean? If that's what you mean, that's a very fun idea. That's insanely powerful. If I made a spell that did damage that could do that, I would need to make that spell do less damage than an average spell of that level. That's a cool idea, but you would need to balance that because of how it would essentially allow you to optimize damage output. I think it could be done, but I think you would need to be careful with it. I think the easiest solution to make that reasonable would be to have the just basic damage of the spell just be less. Like, the Fireball version of that spell would be a 3rd level spell that does 5d6 damage instead of 8d6 damage. Imagine if Sleep and Fireball had a baby. You know what? They'd call it Hot Tub. I don't know why. I feel like when you mix Sleep and a Fireball, you get a hot tub. That's that's where my that's the logic. That's where I felt like it was anyway. That's where I felt like it was anyway. Okie dokie, guys. We are gonna start wrapping up. But before we go, if you haven't seen my new YouTube video, boom, 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 go check it out, please. We will be live again tomorrow. We will be live again tomorrow night, and we will be doing D&D Q&A and hanging. You guys asking your D&D questions, answering them. If you have some homebrew you want to discuss, that's fine, but it's not going to be the kind of thing where I'm not going to read your homebrew on stream, so don't send me homebrew tomorrow. But it should be a good time. And then on Thursday we have our member review show, and then maybe starting next week, I'm going to try doing some streams just on YouTube again. Maybe. We gonna see. We gonna see. Alrighty. Who should we raid? Who should we raid? Let's see here. Oh, I have ending credits also. I don't know if you guys have seen my ending credits before, but we're gonna raid them. Okay, we'll raid Lou Buffin. She's lovely. She's talking about Critical Role. I don't really care about Critical Role. Whatever though, she's fun. We'll raid her. All right, we're gonna raid Lou Buffin. They're great. If you want to join us on YouTube, feel free, but YouTube, go watch my YouTube video instead. Listen, guys, if you haven't ever been here for my closing credits before, get ready to have your minds blown. This is going to be the best fucking thing you've ever seen. Anyway, you guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you so much to everybody that supports my show for being here. It means the world to me. You are the best. Thanks to everybody for everything. Here's the ending credits. I hope they work. Let's see. I love you. I love you. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me.
They worked. Yay. All right. Oh, we got new followers. Overseer, Medicine, Sylvan, Kings Lacrosse, Lovely Puppet, Grix, Frey, Azino, new subscribers, Galen, Joseph, Zerfs, others, old resubs, Fluffcopter, Darbra, Dice Admiral, Grip Sharp, cheers from Baba and Artis, and some moderators, and holy shit, Super Crazy Moose with a $50 super chat. Who would have thought? You guys are the best. Have a good night. Be good to each other.
Do you think of me? Walking out that door. Never hearing me talk to myself.